It is everyone's favorite time of the week, EGFC Overwatch 2. And for our two teams that are going up against each other in this matchup, I couldn't be even more excited. University of Connecticut versus Northern Arizona University. My name is Sam Tonks, and joining me is Jesse Twin Salty. And I mean, Jesse, these two teams going at each other can't get much better than this.
You really can't. You have kind of two different stories as NAU, newer team, and they've actually had a pretty decent start, all things considering. And then you look at UConn, and they're kind of on the opposite side of that. Like preseason, we're
Yeah.
like, okay, this team could be up there, and they've had a really odd, struggling start. They're 1-3 at the moment, and I don't think that's where we saw this team at all. We thought like worst case scenario, maybe 2-2 at this point. So
Yeah.
it's kind of that question of, is UConn going to rebound, or is NAU going to continue proving that they deserve to be where they are?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings real quick because we can get the visual representation of how these are looking at for the moment. And as you can see right there, NAU sitting 2-0 at the moment. And then on the on the flip side, we have poor University of Connecticut who's been struggling this season. And so it's like what you've been saying is these weird moments where we didn't really expect this to happen for them, where it's kind of like, okay, how is this like what's going on here?
Yeah, and it's just like, it's so weird because you got your boy Wings and still on the team for UConn. It's like, okay, we're shifting into a Winston meta now, so maybe we start seeing them rise up. Maybe the Zarya meta just wasn't their thing. But it's just so weird to see a team that did so well last year, right? Like you and I were on the cast for a
Exactly.
few of their games. They were so good in playoffs. They got pretty far, and this year they're just struggling out of the gate, and it's so awkward for them because it's not what we thought this team was going to be. But if a team's really gonna start rising through the rankings, kind of during the middle of season point, I think your boy Wings kind of leading that team and this UConn Huskies squad, I think they can bring it on up.
Let's hope so. But now let's go ahead and take a look at the maps that we're going to be playing on for tonight. And starting us off with is going to be Lijiang into Midtown, New Queen Street, Gibraltar, and finally, if we get there, Nepal. And so Jesse was starting on Lijiang, the control map. Always a great sort of barometer, a great test of skills against each team.
1000%. It's the great equalizer. As it's kind of
Yes.
just all right. It's gonna be a brawl. You got so many different styles though you can run in Lijiang Tower, and these teams have already played this. Well, UConn's played this map this season. They played it back in week 2, and they lost 2-1 against William and Mary. NAU was on bye that week, so that we haven't really got to see their look on this map quite yet. But I'm curious to see, kind of what they throw out. We still are on the patch where Zarya's pretty broken. Genji's still really good. Diva can be playable at times. So I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to stick to that meta or if we're going to slowly kind of go back to what we saw during Overwatch League playoffs with the patch that hits next week.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing that a lot. That Winston meta rush comp to get right in the faces of each team, right? And that's something that we saw time and time again on Overwatch League, especially in this grand finals, how prevalent that meta has been. And a lot of teams have been sort of getting used to it, even though that patch hasn't hit just yet.
Yeah, it's like the prep, like, okay, we know this is coming because we saw it in the pro scene. So it's the balance of, okay, we want to take advantage of the state of the game that the game is right now, but you
Yeah.
also want to prep for later on, at least for some of these teams, like, okay, Lucio Kiriko's probably still going to be the best support comp. And Sojourn somehow didn't have any nerfs. So she's still
Unbelievable, right?
going to be, yeah. So she's still going to be meta. So you can at least play around those kind of qualities in this to where it's like, okay, we can kind of flirt that line between both.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? Is the fact that we haven't hit that patch, and so you can kind of still work around with some different compositions. Like you might see a Genji still come out occasionally. Like right there, University of Connecticut, Samo is on the Genji because Genji is still a decent pick right now. Okay, I said that, but they're gonna switch over to Sojourn. But Genji hasn't been hit with the nerf hammer, so Genji can still potentially be a viable pick to maybe make something happen. But for the moment, we are seeing a standard comp, except for once again, University of Connecticut going with the Baptiste over. Okay, so they're both going with the Baptiste over the Kiriko, which for the submap that we're on makes sense.
Yeah, especially for Control Center, it makes sense. It's going to be a lot of these close range fights. You really want to have that immortality field for a little bit more long term immortality.
Yeah, and it's all about that long-term immortality that we're going to be seeing already used by University of Connecticut. It's Northern Arizona just really running to get into the face of your enemy, and that's what the bright thing about bringing out Casey Dune on the Symmetra and the Reaper as well on top of that. You can really start fighting, you can get into their faces a lot, but for University of Connecticut, they're the ones who are going to go ahead and rotate on point, get it first, but now we're going to dive right in onto point using the teleporter. Bubbles goes down, and now NAU, they're going to scramble to try and get out as quick as they can. It is the Reinhardt duel for days, but for Withered all by themselves, the rest of the team is dead. They're going to try and teleport away. Looks like they're going to be able to just barely get away with it.
Just getting out with their lives, but NAU able to cap it first, don't have to use any ults, and already have Shatter online. And the sim just doesn't quite work for NAU. They get to point first in that server room, but not able to capitalize.
And now we're going to see the amplification matrix use. It's going to force NAU over into this little corridor. And that's just your boy Wings able to get a nice big earth shatter to put them onto the ground and give another bit of time and percent on the board.
Beautiful read there from your boy Wings. Reads the instant like, all right, Plebble is getting pushed into this corner. They're going to feel like they're safe. As soon as they turn that corner, shatters them, and Poncho go and gets rid of that Baptiste real quick.
Ooh, now let's see what we have here. Plebbles has their own Earth Shatter, but it's going to be blocked by your boy Wings at a very nice show of force. And we're starting to see something similar here, but Casey Dune, triple kill on the board already. And that is Northern Arizona going to be able to get the point flip on the backs of a really good amplification matrix, and Casey Dune popping some heads.
A beautiful amp matrix there from Poncho Goat as she realized, like, okay, we use Shatter. They're going to expect us probably to be stepping back a little bit. Let's hit him with even more aggression. And the Soldier through the amp matrix is just too strong.
Now we have similarities between the two teams in the ultimates that are available to them here. So this could be going crazy. But with Wither going down just like that, you've managed to draw out the B from Dominator. And so this could be like everything University of Connecticut could be wanting right now. And as they're pushed away, Casey Dune has actually gone ahead and popped the Overclock 2 on top of that in an attempt to try and stave off the assault. But nothing came up of it.
Nothing really turns into anything from it. NAU have to use that sound barrier that fight. Granted, Lamborghini also has to use it, but UConn still holding that ult advantage a little bit. Kind of curious if Withered is going to have to use it early, but great headshot there to start it off.
It was a great headshot. They take down Samo, but Flebbles goes down right as they get onto the point. It's not looking too good for them here as Lamborghini is putting in some work on this Lucio. DPS Lucio coming at you live at the speed of sound. And now for Casey Dune, they get stuck into a corner. The rocket slide didn't quite get them out of there. And now Plebbles has to try and walk away. Oh, but they get pinned. Your boy Weeds, they're gonna go ahead and use the Earth Shatter too. Unbelievable. Now it's just a massacre here at the spawn room for Northern Arizona.
Yeah, and I think Dominator's trying to get around. They're not gonna be able to touch in time though. As I don't know if it would have mattered. I think UConn had a pretty good hold on what was going on. They're able to take it 134 first round. And it looked okay for NAU initially. They get that headshot, right? They move on in. They lose Plebbles. It's like, okay, maybe this is still winnable. And then Withered goes in with the Death Blossom. And you could tell it was very easily read by UConn. They start shooting him immediately. By the time he actually uses it, he's at like 60 health. One hammer swing from Wings. They're gone. And one of the biggest win conditions you had in that fight is going back to spawn room. So NAU with the gamble doesn't pay off. It seems like they're going to try and run that sim yet again here on Night Market, which I don't mind it if you can get to point first and actually set up this time.
And it looks like they kind of get there at around the same time. So Casey Dune not quite there with the rest of their team, and Nels is going to win out in a support duel against Dominator, and so still putting in the work on the Baptiste. One casualty onto Goldfish for the side of UConn, but I mean, with the rest of NAU already pushed off, and the point's going to be going to UConn almost like before even the point unlocked.
Yeah, I don't fully understand it here from NAU, because like you go with the sim, and it seems like it was only to get out of spawn, where I don't, at least in my opinion, right? If you're using the sim here, you try and get to point first, and then you just establish point control. But I guess, hey, they want to try and just get out quick as spawn, but UConn's able to meet him there.
Ooh, that's a good railgun onto Goldfish, and so now your boy Wings is just going to dive in as far back as they can. The amplification matrix comes up, and at the very least is keeping NAU on the back burner for the moment before they dive in onto point. That's a close call right there. 4 Plebbles are going to be able to healed back up. Samo not quite able to secure the kill onto them with their low health. This is a very dangerous move from Dominator. The railgun shot misses, and so they get to keep their head for another team fight. Now Casey Dune has the overclock available and ready for them if they decide to go ahead and use it here. It's looking like they're not quite able to land the killing shots onto Nels, and so now it's back and forth as they are going to go ahead, use the overclock. It's going to be Yukon just backing away, keeping their shields up, letting that go for as long as they can. That is a nice big Earth Shudder, and it's looking like it's coming up at least for a couple of kills in the middle of that. Yukon is going to be able to get onto point, try to bully away Casey Dune, but the Fire Strike misses, but the damage has been done as Samo is going to clean up there on the other side. Down goes Plebbles. Now point taken back.
Beautiful discipline there from your boy Wings. Hits the shatter, and you'll see a lot of Reinhardts in that situation. Pin on in, try and confirm that kill, but he realizes, hey, I'm at half health. I do not have the health or the sustain to try and go in quite yet. You just launch the fire strikes. You still take out Pancho Goat, which is one of the best players you could have gotten with that kill, and then you slowly take the point from there.
Oh, this is so deadly right here. All right, it looks like they were able to get the beat out from Dominator just in time as the Amplification Matrix and Samo popping their overclock. So neither were able to get any kills, and so a very good beat from NAU. It's going to be dicey as both tanks are super low right now, but your boy Wings is going to be the first one to fall. And so now it's Yukon trying to figure out where do we go from here. It's going to be a lot more difficult. I'll tell you where they're going. They are going right back on to point to duel against NAU and try to get it back here. Goldfish does have the Death Blossom. And so now they're going to look at this monkey, try to get them off as best they possibly can. It's going to be holding on to it. No reason to use it here. Save it for the next team fight.
It's at least somewhat of an important flip there for NAU, right? You get, what, about 7 to 10% there on the point to where it at least gives you enough time here to completely reset. You're not hurrying. You're not going to try and take this a little bit too fast. You can now realize, okay, we have the Death Blossom. As long as we can try and bait out that protection Suzu from Pancho Goat, we have a pretty good chance to win the fight.
Ooh, Plebbles being hyper aggressive on this monkey, decides to dive in the back line, but in doing so, it was immediately available for Goldfish to have to go ahead and use that Death Blossom, coming up with a nice double kill. And so you see, it's your boy Wings trying to walk into Casey Dune. Really, it's just, what can you do against a Reinhardt, right, with their shield up? If you get too close to them, they're just gonna start swinging their hammer, and there you have it. Lijiang Tower taken by University of Connecticut in their first map win of the evening.
What a way to start after you've had some shaky performances as of late. If you are Yukon, alive on the back of this man right here, your boy Wings, the vet, coming in here, helping them get that first map win. Ooh. And I love the aggression coming out from them, and maybe it's just NAU being a little bit slow out of the gate, but a great start here for Yukon to where, okay, we were already questioning, like, okay, is this Yukon team for real? Did they just have a rough start? And I think so far, maybe it just was a rough start at the beginning of the season. Because right there, they looked great, honestly. The only thing was, like, they let NAU flip it a few times, which, you know, they could have won it more cleanly, but it still wasn't like, okay, they're making these drastic mistakes. It's like, okay, they at least recognize that it's okay if they flip point. We can give up 10% as long as we win the fight.
Exactly. And they're also winning out these fights in sort of a composition that you really wouldn't expect. I mean, your boy Wings on the Reinhardt. We know just how powerful your boy Wings is as a Reinhardt player. And so the fact that we're in this new meta where Winston is reigning supreme and the sort of compositions that we've been seeing coming from them, to be able to use this Reinhardt so effectively, obviously Control Center, you know, that's kind of still the Reinhardt map, but then you go into Night Market, or in this case, Afternoon Market, and still be able to use Reinhardt well. It just goes to show you that this team is solid at its core.
Yeah, like once they realize, okay, maybe the Zarya meta is just not for us. Like, let's play to our strength. Let's not try to conform to a meta that doesn't really utilize one of our key pieces in your boy Wings in a role that he would be more comfortable in. As we head to Midtown, it's not a horrible map for him either. Yes, second phase could get a little tricky, but honestly, the first and third phase of this map are pretty decent ride maps, kind of hints of King's Row. So honestly, it's starting to lean over into their favor. For NAU, just you need to pressure your boy Wings faster. It seemed like his shield was never truly gone, and he can kind of just controlled where NAU were able to push, which allowed Sam to get some of those opening picks.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something to talk about as well. That shield being up is like almost inexcusable with the DPS that you have. You have a Reaper, you have a Sojourn. So that shield should basically be gone in an instant. It should be torn to pieces, torn to shreds. And on top of that, you have a Kiriko as well. We know just how much damage some of these supports are able to bring to the table now as well. And so your boy Wings literally getting away with murder on Reinhardt time and time again, and was able to set up so many fantastic plays with their Earth Shatters. And then on top of that, it's the discipline that we're seeing from Yukon as well, to be able to recognize, okay, we use these ults, but we don't necessarily need to engage. We just need to be patient, and we need to trust in each other.
Exactly. Like you can, even though this game drastically faster than Overwatch 1 in a lot of those metas, it's still important to take your time when needed, right? Like sometimes it is best just to kind of sit back, like, all right, read the situation, let your team recharge, let your team get those abilities back online, and then you push in, even though it is such a high paced game now that we are living in, especially now going into Midtown, this first point, especially if you know how to hold it, you can just you can full hold this map pretty easily if you can try and kind of hold by that fire truck, because a lot of teams now are just going underneath the train to avoid that early pressure. They're not trying to push up top because that's legit a tunnel to where, all right, Sojourns, pop the heads. Like, that's all they need to do in that bus. So they try to track around. If you can play around fire truck and just play your angles right, you're making the offense really get that opening pick just for them to even get through that phase.
Now, this is exciting, though, Jesse, because we're seeing the mirror matchup meta brawl here in Midtown as we get to see your boy Wings jumping off of the Reinhardt and playing the Winston, playing the meta now. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing on the side of NAU as well. We know that Plebbles was able to make some plays as the Winston as well. We saw it on Night Market. It's just you need to be able to translate that more here into Midtown.
Exactly. You want to try and keep those same win conditions going. I'm a little worried with your boy Wings on the Winston because, again, we haven't seen him too much on it. And when they've been on it, it's at least been better than the Zarya play with him on it. But it's still, it's not his Rhine, right? Like, for a long time, he's been the Rhine extraordinaire. So you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. Okay, it's not his best hero to be on, but I do feel a little more comfortable in here with them going to this exact mirror.
All right, now we get to see who's going to win out in this duel. That's going to be a nice opening headshot from Nels onto Withered. This is the power of Sojourn. Time and time again, we get to see just what this hero is able to bring to the table. And it is death incarnate. Already, Yukon not wasting any time to get onto the point and taking it almost immediately from NAU.
Well, I was talking about pregame, like, all right, if you can kind of hold by a fire truck, you kind of force them through there, and Yukon's like, nah, we're going to go all the way around so we can't get held to that choke, and able to cap first point. We're not even in a minute, just under a minute there, so plenty of time. You're 5.5 minutes to try and get through the second phase, and Nels still clicking ahead.
Yeah, they're insane to be pushed that far forward by themselves. And then to be, it just once again comes back to that trust aspect. You know that your team is going to be able to come up. Plebbles dipping dangerously low, though, was able to put the bubble down just in time. And now it's a desperate attempt to get them filled back up to full. The payload has started its approach moving forward. And now we're going to see a disruptor shot from Nels go out. It's going to cut off a little bit of angles. And so that's the annoying thing about the disruptor shot. It's also a slow. So if you get caught inside of it, it's going to be just that little bit easier for them to be able to land headshots. And you can see just how determined they are, Northern Arizona is, to take out Nels. That's the most important thing. You want to get rid of them as quick as you can. You saw that from the Reaper and from the Winston. But down goes Withered once again. But for NAU, it's looking like they're able to get the picks onto Yukon now.
Yeah, even though it's not their designated target in Nels, they're able to get out alive. They're able to take advantage of them backing up. It's like, all right, we drew out some resources. I'm pretty sure they drew out Suzu from Tiz guys. Like, all right, we back up now. We try and reset, and they realize that Yukon actually tried to counter dive a little bit. You punish those members of the Huskies, and you win the fight.
All right, now we have the two Kitsune rushes on the field, and this is where the insanity starts to begin as the Reapers are going to be able to start popping off, and there we have it already. Samo is not wasting any time. This is what makes that Kitsune rush so scary, Jesse, is a Reaper. They go from using, like, okay, a shotgun to that shotgun becoming a Gatling shotgun.
Yeah, that gun is just, you're firing super fast at that point. Like, all right, you can legit like 3-shot somebody or kill them within a second if you can hit a lot of those headshots with the Reaper. And it almost becomes this game of chicken, like, all right, who's going to fully dive in with this? Because both teams use it there. So it's like, all right, we both know that each team is going to be shooting extremely fast, has that quickened ability cooldown. but it's almost just like a gambling game right there.
It really is, and now we're going to see Withered using their Death Blossom. It's not going to find anything, but it looks like it was able to do at least enough damage for the rest of the team to be able to confirm some kills for them. And there you have it. University of Connecticut pushed off once again in a team kill here from Northern Arizona, but it required a lot of ultimates to make that happen.
Yeah, had to use both Beat and Death Blossom there from NAU. UConn only used their overclock, so still a pretty big ultimate off the board if you're looking at it from NAU. But honestly, not too bad. Now UConn, you still have that Sunberry in your back pocket, and you can either use it just to engage here, or if one of your members get low, do this primal.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go ahead and engage with the Beat to be able to take control of the high ground from NAU. And so now we're going to see them duel back down onto the ground and start pushing that payload forward once more. But we do have Primal Rage and we do have Death Blossom on top of that. But Nels, isolated by themselves, is going to be dove on top of by Plebbles. But with their tank missing, Samo sees that as the opportunity to be able to use their Death Blossom to confirm a kill onto Dominator. And so now we're kind of dueling it back and forth. But for NAU, they're still getting the picks and it's looking clean. They're popping their own ultimates, and UConn is also using ones of their own, but NAU are the ones who are going to be coming out cleaner this engagement.
What a fight win if you are NAU. You dropped so many resources from the Huskies, and they come out with nothing to really call home for. And already 3.5 minutes gone from the time bank that the UConn had going into this phase of the map, and he's done a great job trying to hold this high ground, but not being too greedy for it. They realize, okay, if they completely push us off here, that's fine, as long as we can somewhat still pressure them so they can't get full value.
So though, with just 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock, University of Connecticut has a lot of time, and now a Kitsune rush to go in there, but your boy Wings, that health bar was deleted almost instantly thanks to the counter Kitsune rush. And for NAU, it's like they're coming online right now. They're feeling good as compared to what we just saw on Lijiang Tower and the beginning of Midtown.
Yeah, I love the counter Kitsune rush. Like, all right, you know UConn's be pushing in. You wait a half second, you use yours, you pop the protection Suzu as well, so you know you can get those few shots off. And by the time it's gone, your boy Wings is already heading back to spawn. The guy gets deleted by NAU, and UConn now another minute gone. And you start to worry here if you're the Huskies, because you really don't have any ultimates extremely soon. Maybe the overclock here from Nels.
This is good discipline to not go ahead and pop the Death Blossom, but Nels is finally getting that aim arm good and ready to go. Plebbles is not in the best position. I don't think that they want to be in, have to force to use the bubble in order to be able to make their escape. They're going to try and stall out for as long as they can, and a Dominator Beat is going to drop it. I don't think it dropped in time. I think they were using it to try and save Plebbles' life, but it didn't happen there. And so now UConn are going to be able to take this to point. NAU is going to have a chance to be able to recontest here.
Yeah, they should have another touch here. I'm not sure about the sound barrier usage, though. I bet they're going to wish to have that here on this late recontest.
Oh, just barely. They're going to be able to do that. And the read from UConn to know that Wither was going to go there and hit the Death Blossom was immaculate. And so now they're coming together. They're popping their own ultimates to try and make this happen. Nelsie is going to be taken out by Plebbles, but in doing so, NAU has already lost a lot of their members, but it looks like they're kind of still stabilizing out here, but the point has made it to, or the payload has made it to point B for UConn.
Yeah, at that point, if you're NAU, it's like, okay, we maybe used a little bit too much that previous fight. UConn had all the ults they really couldn't want going into that, and Wither going to get stalled out here by your boy Wings, not going to be able to make it out, and UConn can continue rolling here with his guys. Still has like Kitsune Rush, the slight lead over Poncho Go, but I have a feeling it's going to be our normal Kitsune Rush duel here at the middle of the map.
It could be going on UConn's favor as well. We know just what they're capable of, and now here we have it. Both of the Kitsune rushes are used, and Samo as well. On top of that, the Death Blossom, and you can see they are out for blood. They are thirsty. They are wanting it all. As UConn wins out yet another team fight on their approach to the final point.
When Reaper is in that Kitsune Rush, they use the Death Blossom. It's almost like the old Beyblade meta.
Yes.
To where Nano used to give the speed boost, but you can just whip around corners like Sam did right there and just get so much damage in.
I'm loving this pressure that we're seeing from both of the Winstons to put on top of the Sojourns, because we know that if you take out the Sojourn, like Casey Dune just happened there. It takes away a lot of the potential to be getting those annoying railgun headshot picks that plagues each and every single one of these teams. Now we have Lamborghini using the beat, but counted out by Dominator, as they're going to be able to have the sustainability, be able to stay alive through this. Your boy Wings does have the primal rage if things start going sideways, and it looks like that's why they're going to commit. They're going to stay in here for as long as they can, and there we have it. Primal rage has now been used. They're going to try and look around for a target, but their team are starting to drop. It's still going to be the commitment here to try and be able to find another kill from them. And as you can see, though, UConn not looking too good. It's still the commitment from your boy Wings to try and make some plays here. You're in overtime. You got to do whatever you can. But now Withered has the Death Blossom. The opportunity to be able to use it is strong, and now it's in their mind. But they're just gonna hold on to it. But hey, you know what? Overtime draws out 83.9 meters for UConn.
Considering how poorly point A went for NAU, it's not bad, right? Like, that's not a bad hold at all. And you still hold it to where that cart isn't basically at the end of this phase. It's still a little bit before. It's where, okay, it's a reasonable task here for NAU. As you said, I love the pressure from both teams, really putting pressure on the opposing Sojourners. Casey Dunn's really been shut out by Wings during a lot of these fights. But the big fight for them at the very end was Casey Dunn getting that shutdown onto Nels, who was trying to get value out of their overclock. They shut them down, does not allow the headshots to come through. And at that point, UConn really don't have that firepower that they were really looking for. Because as you said, those little pesky railgun headshots could really change the tide of the fight. It was like, all right, you could be having a 5v5 all of a sudden, nice little headshot from a 100 charge railgun. You could lose a support, you could lose one of your DPS. And just like that, the fight turns in the favor of NAU, and they're able to hold. And I want to see them now continue that aggression, right? Put some more pressure on Nels, especially because, like Nels, a lot of these fights, they're kind of just chilling it back. They usually get out if the pressure is on. I need NAU to kind of finish that pressure if they're going to try and keep committing.
Yeah, you know what, Jesse? I want to say this too. I think NAU is starting to feel a little bit more confident in themselves as the matches have been going on. They're being a little bit more bold in how they want to dive in, on top of, say, Nels, where we kind of didn't see that happen very often on Lijiang Tower and at the beginning of Midtown. But now they're really starting to feel it out. They're really starting to be, okay, we're ready. We now are understanding just how UConn likes to play. And so let's go ahead. Let's try and see what we're going to be capable of doing here. Now we're just going to have the duel out in the center. But Nels, you are insane. A double kill while they're hiding out inside of the firehouse. And so down they go. UConn holds them back once again in a much better showing of defense than what NAU had.
Yeah, you can tell the Huskies like, oh, you tried to do exactly what we did earlier. Okay, we know exactly how to read this. We're just going to shut you out. I'm pretty sure a disruptor shot got sent in by Nels as well to slow them all down. And a nice little 1-2, and all of a sudden you get 3v5 in your favor, and the Huskies able to clear them out. And now NAU, yeah, just going to run it down main.
Yep, a different approach, see if maybe this will be able to work, and you can see that is kind of happening for them there, as your boy Wings wasn't quite able to stand up to the pressure that we saw from the Reaper, and now they're going to hit the re-engage. But look at where Casey Dune is hiding out inside of here. They're perfectly safe, and now they're just able to get headshot and a railgun kill onto your boy Wings. And so it took them a little bit longer than UConn, but not too much to be able to secure this point.
No, it's going to be, what, a 30-second difference maybe? I don't think it'll affect them too much, especially if they can get this stagger on your boy Wings. You know, he should be able to get out here. And what a great attack, though, from NAU. And as you said, I think the confidence of this team is definitely rising, especially on Casey Dunn, right? Especially Lijiang Tower, they get shut out. Like, they didn't get anything done on Lijiang Tower. They're slowly starting to creep into these fights to where getting more and more impact and more just value from those headshots. And already they're going neck and neck with Nels on ult charge.
Now this is going to be interesting. Your boy Wings going to go ahead and use the Primal Rage. This is interesting from NAU, to the patience from them to not really want to commit to any ultimates to protect themselves. Just go ahead, let UConn pop some of these higher value ultimates and then draw it out, and we'll go in for the next team fight.
Exactly. It's, all right, these Primal, cool. All right, we don't need to put anything in this. At least the fire truck got through these opening gates, so you don't have to worry about it going too much farther back. Now you can just more focus on this incoming fight.
Yeah, which is going to be important with the overclock, the Death Blossom, and of course Kitsune Rush online. It's going to be an interesting battle of wills between the two. Now we have both of the Kitsune. Actually, we only had one of the Kitsune rushes from Tiz, guys. And so it looks like we are going to go ahead and see from NAU just holding on to their ultimates. They don't want to overcommit into anything here except for Casey Dune using the overclock. And that was the patience, I think, that might actually win out NAU here against UConn. They used a lot to try and make something happen, but it just wasn't happening there. Now we're going to see Dominator dueling up against your boy Wings, supported, of course, by Withered. And there you have it. This is a different team right now, Jesse.
That was such a that is the example right there of how to disengage in a fight safely, just using enough resources, right? You use the protection Suzu to get out, but you draw out what? A Kitsune Rush from the opposite side, Death Blossom as well. Yes, you have to use Sound Barrier to get out, but that's fine. All right. A, B as well from the opposing team, but at that point, like, all right, we can use Overclock, we can use our Primal, we got all their ultimates out, now we can just push on in with ours.
Let's go ahead and see how this is happening. Now we have the Kitsune Rush from Poncho Goat and Wither using their Death Blossom. Not as effective, but we are seeing the kills coming in. Just no ultimates needed. Plebbles goes down, and now it's going to be Samo on top of Poncho Goat. She's eliminated. Now it's rotating back around to get on top of the payload before it reaches the point, putting the pressure on. Samo is being the hero for UConn right now, pushing off all of NAU. And there you have a Dominator in a desperate attempt to live, but they are not going to be able to make it out.
And it's funny how, like, these attacks for both these teams pretty similar, right? Like, all right, the defense right after the doors wins a fight. Right after that, and not right after, actually, you kind of got held for a little bit, but later on, they win a fight, they get it all the way through the underpass, they lose that next fight. So now for NAU, can you win this next fight with no ultimate, maybe a late primal here to give yourself a really nice time bank?
That's going to be the question, and your boy Wings dipping dangerously low on health, and that is time to use the Primal Rage. Plebbles, on the other hand, is going to use theirs as well, but Nels, once again, using that Sojourn to great effect and getting headshots time and time again. And it's just UConn. They're back in fighting form against NAU, where they're struggling a little bit, but now they've gotten control.
And now they have such great ults too, right? Like, they only have to use Primal there. They have the discipline. All right, we can win it with just Primal. It's fine at this point. By the time this next fight happens, you can probably get a recontest, even if you lose this fight, as that cart continues to slowly go back underneath that underpass. For them, use the Kitsune Rush early. You know you have that advantage. You know they're not going to have it.
Exactly. Just no need to waste any time. You're already at 1 minute and 15 seconds. So get there as quick as you can. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing. But it's still kind of back and forth right now. Okay, I say that and as UConn is going to go ahead and confirm many kills onto NAU. The only one who's going to be able to back out of that is Casey Dune. Less than 60 seconds to go for NAU to get this payload to point B.
And again, only have to use 2 ults. You hold on to Sound Barrier, you hold on to Overclock, and you draw out the opposing Sound Barrier there if you're UConn. And again, this is just great. They're kind of stoling these ultimates out. They know exactly what they need. This is the UConn that we're used to seeing, and now NAU, you got to get something big here from Casey Dunn.
Ooh, you had to get something big there, but they go down almost immediately, and it's UConn realizing we need to get rid of that Sojourn as quickly as possible, and NAU is now struggling to find their foothold. It's just not happening for them right now.
No, it's just UConn every single time shutting down what NAU's trying to do. You got 15 seconds left here if you are NAU, and now you at least have Overclock. You have the Primal starting to go here pretty soon. Your boy Wings will also have it, but you got to make sure somebody at least touches.
Yeah, I mean, less than 3 seconds to go, and it's not going to be, I don't think they're going to be, okay, they're going to be able to make it just in time. Barely there. Dominator gets on top of it, but taking a lot of damage in the process, especially with that Disruptor shot there. Poncho Goat is taken out by your boy Wings, and now we're going to see one after another, NAU falling to the angry monkey. They're diving around all over. Casey Dune trying to be the hero, but Nels is going to put them into the ground, and just like that, University of Connecticut go onto match point. Whew, what a game.
What a map from UConn, just being able to hold that high ground so perfectly, and basically forcing NAU after a few fights. Like, all right, you have to push it underneath, and as soon as you kind of get underneath us, we're just going to dive down with some of our players. The rest can continue to hold on to that high ground and control. Your boy Wings with play again. I admit I had my skepticisms about what he could do in the Winston before the map. I take all of them back, your boy Wings. I'm sorry. As he played great throughout that map. And again, right now, it's a little bit of a Sojourn difference right now. UConn, it's not as much that Casey Dunn is not performing as high as Nels. I think Nels is playing great, but their team
Yeah.
is allowing them to do that, right? Because every single time Nels is dove, they get such a perfect peel from the rest of their backlines, right? All right, they can get out. They don't have to worry about it. They're going to get Suzu. They're going to get healed up right away, and they can live for the rest of that fight. As Casey Dunn, they're always the target for your boy Wings and the rest of the Huskies, and they're getting taken out so quick that they can't get the value. They can't build up that Sojourn charge to get that so impactful of a headshot.
Exactly. It's what we were talking about earlier. Get rid of the Sojourn. That is your
Yes.
win condition. If you get rid of Sojourn, your life becomes so much easier. That potential for headshots is just taken off the table. And a lot of that pressure too on top of that. But we're going to figure out how the rest of this series is going to go. We are on match point, but a quick break. We are on match point for University of Connecticut versus Northern Arizona University. But, I mean, our next map of New Queen Street could potentially be the equalizer that NAU desperately needs.
It definitely could be, push. I think at this point, teams have started to realize, especially on New Queen Street and Coliseum, like, okay, this is where we should be having fights. This is the tempo we should be having. I think with this mode, we're finally getting there. But it is kind of still the great equalizer because it's still, again, somewhat new. My worry for NAU is New Queen Street. Sojourns can carry on this map pretty hard. So if you don't get pressure onto Nels, I worry a little bit. And also, it's not been NAU's best map type throughout this season so far, even in their games against kind of the lower teams, including, Marquette, who's kind of had a rough season up to this point. They only won 2-1. They let Marquette get a full checkpoint on it. So it's like, okay, I worry a little bit if I'm NAU because this isn't your strongest map, but I don't think it's UConn's either. They've kind of struggled at times, especially against Hawaii. Hawaii, they got rolled. Granted, I think Hawaii rolls a lot of teams right now. So maybe I shouldn't be pointing that out. But I do think if NAU is going to turn it around, start the reverse sweep, this is the map to do it. And I want to see them shut down Nels and give Casey Dunn a little more opportunity and just give him like another few seconds to try and get that pick off because they're just constantly running. They're not really setting up like they want to be. They're just running away from your boy Wings the entire game.
Yeah, it's that constant oppressive pressure that they really can't do anything. And even if you don't eliminate Casey Dune, right?
Yeah.
At the very least, you're taking care of the Sojourn for a second to allow your Sojourn to do some damage if they're not getting pressured by the enemy Winston. And so it's these little mind games that you had to play against each other and how you want to go ahead and make these engagements. And I also kind of like what we saw as well with the attention to going into the back line with the Reaper to try and put pressure on top of the Sojourn. But it's kind of like that's the trickiness of trying to be able to pin down a Sojourn is that they're also incredibly difficult to catch out if you're not careful.
Exactly. Especially with that disruptor shot, like teams have been more using it defensively, right? It used to be very offensively. You're sending in the disruptor shot to try and initiate the dive, slow down a few targets. But now it's kind of shifted more into, hey, if I'm getting dove, I'm sending the disruptor shot to the ground to try and slow it, to give time for my team to help me and peel. So it's kind of that weird dichotomy of like, okay, do you want to use it offensively or you want to use it more reactively?
We're going to find out now. As already on the high ground is UConn, and that's going to be ideal for where Nels likes to set up and do as much damage as they possibly can. The engagement has happened, and it's going to be University of Connecticut once again. There we go. We're seeing the pressure from Plebbles, but they've taken a lot of damage to be able to try and go back there and get rid of Nels. But at the very least, you've done this and you force them to rotate back around towards their spawn. And so this is kind of the moment where we're seeing right now, Jesse. It's NAU on the back foot and UConn consistently being able to recover through something that looked like dire straits of them not being able to survive through that. And now Nels is just getting free kills like that. I mean, come on.
Exactly. It's just like the re-engages from UConn are just so clean. Like, all right, they pressure Nels on high ground. They back up. They get healed up. They know they have to play a little more passive. Your boy Wings continues to fight for high ground control. And they see one little mistake from NAU. And they just pounce on it immediately. They get the kill, and from there, they can just continue to roll that fight in their favor.
Now we have the bot being pushed forward, and it's getting very close to the forward spawns, but NAU still has the opportunity to be able to engage, and once again, it is get on top of Nels. But look at what UConn does. They keep Nels alive at every possible angle that they can, and your boy Wings is really proving to us right now, Jesse, why this Winston is so good. But in a daring straight of roguish thievery, they've stolen the bot and managed to bring it all the way back towards the center of the map, and so that burns a little bit of time away from UConn.
That might give them time to contest before a take. If not, they'll be able to still play around this corner here, but they should have enough time now. Actually, that's actually big. They should have enough time to play right before this checkpoint. The worry is you don't have many ults. UConn's got everything.
Oh yeah, everything is now online, and first to go is the Kitsune Rush, but Dominator is feeling a little bit bold to go ahead and use the sound barrier. And so on top of that, it's just time and time again, it's UConn not really wanting to commit too much to make these team fights happen. They don't need to commit too much because you have Nels going crazy, taking care of everybody in their sights. And so now the bot has made it to the forward spawns for UConn, and they only needed 2 team fights to make that happen, or sorry, 2 ultimates to make that happen.
Exactly, and Pebble and Plebbles is getting shut down a little bit right now. Every time they try and engage, whether it be with or without their teammates, they're getting shut down pretty quick. As soon as they dive, the focus fire for UConn instantly shifts to them.
All right, this is looking clean so far as Wither goes right into the back line using their Death Blossom, and it's coming up big with kills of their own. A team kill for NAU, but with forward spawns for UConn, they're going to be able to get back into the fight a little bit quicker, and NAU still has a long road to go to be able to start pushing this bot to get back to the meters they need to.
It is a fight, though, they needed to win. If you lose that one, UConn's getting to like 90-ish meters, and at that point, you're getting to a range where it may not be able to come back from it.
No, indeed. And now it's going to be a bold move for them to go inside of this tiny room where UConn looking like they may have been able to win out. But hey, look at that. Casey Dune using the overclock. And on top of that, the Primal Rage 2, your boy Wings, 3 HP to their name. Now it's 0. And for NAU, they're starting to make up some valuable lost time and lost ground that they need to start clawing back for themselves.
They're at least getting these fights where they want them, right? And Casey Dunn is able to survive these fights and actually get that value they've been trying to get all day. The worry is now UConn, Nels has that overclock, and we know what they can do with those headshots.
All right, Nels, you use the overclock. Let's see what's going to happen. NAU playing it smart. Just don't expose yourself to the potential. Poncho Goat, unfortunately for her, was not ready for where Nels was located, and so down they go. And now it's going to be a struggle for NAU to try and hold this bot for as long as they can. Casey Dunn and Withered are the only ones left alive to try and stall things out here. But unfortunately for them, down they go. I think Withered is still hanging out. No, Withered was able to get away, but at the cost of Casey Dunn's life.
Yeah, exactly. And at least it's not bad if you're NAU, right? Like once you get the bot over to that side, you're 1 fight away from checkpoint. But again, you still are at the mercy of the UConn ults here, as they've only had to use 1 that last fight. Now going in with Kitsune.
Kitsune Death Blossom combo, deadly as ever. Already down 2 for NAU, and now they're being pushed back towards their spawn on top of that. And so now it's looking grim. Plebbles is going to respawn, Withered back into the fight soon. But UConn has 2 ultimates they can work with. They have the Primal Rage and they have the Beat, so things are still looking pretty decent for them.
Exactly. They're still in a really good spot, and now go in with the Sound Barrier here, trying to get a little bit aggressive. Not able to quite yet because it's answered by the Sound Barrier of UConn.
But your boy Wings taking a lot of damage. There we go. The Primal Rage to keep themselves safe and alive, putting them back into the forefront of damage. Casey Dunn not able to get back into the spawn room to heal themselves, and are going to be beaten down by a monkey. And Tizguy is actually able to confirm the kill on Withered, who is inside of their spawn.
Exactly. It's like, man, I'm just trying to get back to spawn. This guy still chases them down the spot, getting ever so close to this final checkpoint at NAU in a do or die scenario.
There we go. It's looking good. That's exactly what you need. Casey Dunn, the headshot onto Tizguy. And now we're going to see them push back UConn. This is exactly what we needed to happen here. And even though Plebbles is down, losing that healer, losing that support for UConn is enough to send them running. But these are the kind of things that you happen to see in push, right, Jesse? It's these little moments where, okay, we give up some ground, but we're going to make it back up.
Exactly, and you know, you still have the advanced spawns. You can play right here. You don't have to fully disengage, and now you try and catch them off guard, and you're able to pick off Plebbles. A great start now. Everybody from NAU just trying to get out, but I don't think they're going to quite be able to, Sam.
No, this is looking really bad for NAU as well. On top of that, with how close the University of Connecticut is, it's only just a little bit that the bot needs to go. Plebbles does have their Primal Rage, so they can stall this out and get the spawns that they so desperately need from the rest of the team. But now Tizguy using the Kitsune Rush, and Nels on top of that with the overclock. They're not quite able to get as much utility out of it as I think they want. There you have it, Withered to save the day. A necessary double kill to be able to hold at the very least and start pushing the bot back. A little bit of breathing room for NAU.
They do need to use some big ultimates, though, and again, they have nothing because they've been in these scenarios so many times now. It's where, all right, we need to use ults to survive, and now you don't have any ults to really thrive, right? You can't really go in. You can't get past this midpoint unless you try and force a mistake out of UConn, who's sitting on almost 3 ultimates.
Ooh, and we're going to see just how well these ultimates are going to serve UConn, especially with how close they were able to get there. And already Goldfish not wanting to waste any time using their Death Blossom and taking care of Dominator. Your boy Wings to dive straight into the back line. And if things get dicey, guess what? You're going to Primal Rage and keep yourself safe and alive. He's going to go ahead and start throwing some monkey fists. You're going to look straight onto Casey Dunn. They're going to rocket slide away, but another jump is going to be so clean. And your boy Wings understands how to play Winston to a T.
He's just playing it perfectly, like putting so much pressure on the Casey Dunn. They're not able to get anything done. And now NAU, again, back in the same scenario, playing for their lives.
The bot is getting dangerously close once again, but with Dominator being taken out of the equation, NAU is not looking too good, and Nelson is on a roll. They're just looking for kill after kill. But for UConn, there you have it. The bot pushed all the way through here on New Queen Street and securing their win in this series.
What a way to show that, hey, we're not gone yet, right? We are still very much in this season. You're not going to shut us out quite yet. They silenced the critics. They move up to 2-3. NAU down to 2-2 on the season. And again, there's a reason why this man got play of the game all 3 times, right? Like, he is the leader of this team. It's such great calls coming out from them the entire time, putting pressure on the Casey Dunn and allowing, honestly, their DPS thrive during that game. And shout out as well to Tiz guys silently, like, just keeping everybody up. There's so many fights here for UConn where it's like, man, how are they even staying alive right now? But Tiz guys able to keep everybody alive, especially during these engages where, all right, Plebbles just disintegrated, right? There's so many times where Plebbles would try and dive in, and because the protection usually comes out, so Nels lives that extra second, and by the time that's gone, Plebbles is dead because of the focus fire coming in from the Huskies.
And it was played just so well. I can't believe how UConn is like improving rapidly over the season, and to be able to sort of
Oh,
get
yeah.
that confidence back for themselves, a necessary win here, I think was what they needed. And so now I'm looking forward to see how they're going to play throughout the rest of the season. But we're going to throw it to a short break as we get your boy Wings in for an interview. I promised you, your boy Wings from University of Connecticut, and I hold true to my promises. Your boy Wings, you guys just played an incredible game of Overwatch 3-0 against NAU. How is the team feeling?
I mean, especially just with how the past 3 weeks have gone, I think it felt really good to win again. Everything's getting kind of down for us. This isn't the spot we expected to be in right now, but it definitely feels great.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about in the pregame. It's like this is not normally where we see UConn at this part in the season, right? Like entering tonight, you guys are 1-3. Now you guys are 2-3. How was it in kind of the back rooms during practice? Like, all right, we need to kind of get our heads straight because it was just not the UConn we were used to seeing these first few weeks.
A lot of things happened over the past couple months that have, boiled up to this. But I mean, there's definitely a lot of, just us trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work for us. It's been tumultuous. We're all guys who like to win, and we kind of get in a certain way when we don't, and it's just figuring things out. We changed a lot during practice this week, the scrims and everything, changed
Right.
an attitude, and it's worked out great for us so far.
Yeah, well, that's actually something that I wanted to ask because we're in this whole brand new meta, this Winston dominated meta. How has that been working for the team? Are you guys liking this more than what we were having with Zarya?
I think this meta definitely better suits us, mostly because I cannot play Zarya, but I think it's just the sort of aggression that you see in this, and just with Reaper Lucio, all those types of characters. I think it benefits us. It definitely took us some time to figure it out, and I think we realized that when we played St. John's because we felt really good last week going into it, and we just got dominated for 3 straight maps. But I really do think that this meta definitely is more beneficial for us.
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree with you guys. You guys looked way more comfortable today than you did in these last few weeks. And at least your schedule these next 2 weeks don't get much easier, though. I will say you play UTA next week. You play Hawaii the following week. How are you guys kind of looking at these next 2 games? As I think you'll really be tested in those next 2 games.
I mean, that's kind of what we wanted. That's why we, just came back. I love being challenged. I think we love being challenged by everyone. Hawaii, UTA, two really good teams from last year, and I know that they stayed good. And hopefully, we can perform to the best of our abilities and compete.
Well, your boy Wings, I just want to say big time thank you so much for coming on. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
I have a little bit of a shout out. This might get a little emotional, but my shout out today is for Luke Rue. Luke was one of my good friends who passed away this past June 25th, who would have been actually playing here at UConn this year. Unfortunately, he passed away in a car accident about a month after graduating, or about a week after graduating high school. And this entire season and all this stuff that's going on, it's I was not planning to come back actually this season, but I felt like I had to because I had a purpose again. But I want to thank obviously his family for raising a great son for the short time I knew him. And I want to thank everyone here at UConn. All these guys, they deal with me. I'm brash. I have, I tend to be kind of mean to everyone sometimes. I hate losing, but they've stuck with me and they come every single day, and I can't thank them enough.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us and opening yourself up like that. I can't tell you just how awesome that is for you to be able to do that and to still have you playing this game and to be out here competing. A big thank you, especially from us as casters, to be able to watch over great players such as yourselves and to be able to talk about great players such as yourself. We would have definitely missed you had you not been here. So thank you for persevering and thank you for pushing through. Your boy Wings, everyone, give a big clap in the chat for them. And I can't wait to see what University of Connecticut does throughout the rest of the season.
I think.
And that is going to be it, at the very least, for me for tonight. But we still do have 2 more matches left to go for the evening. Our next up is going to be Rochester Institute of Technology versus St. John's. Waffles for Sid is going to be taking over. But from me, everyone, it's been a fantastic evening, and we will see you all in just a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 5. My name is Waffles for Sid, and I will be joining my co-caster Twin Salty here on the mic and bringing you all of the action. Twin, we are about to close out the last couple of rounds this evening. How are you feeling, and what are some of your thoughts overall from the games you've seen today?
Overall, feeling pretty good. I'm curious to see in the last match, we were kind of wondering, okay, are we going to see the Zarya meta continue? We're going to start seeing shades of the Winston meta that we kind of saw at Overwatch League Grand Finals. And for the most part, we actually saw most of the Winston meta. So I'm kind of curious if both these teams are wanting to continue that route or if they kind of want to stick to that Zarya comp when it's still viable for this last week.
Yeah, it's definitely a big question in the air what we're going to see actually brought to the table. We're going to have what is it? Rochester Institute of Technology, RIT versus St. John's University as our first matchup. As you can see, RIT is ranked here at number 10, with St. John's University currently ranked at number 6. They've got opposite win-loss ratios so far. And, well, Twin, this is not the first time both of these teams have encountered each other this season. They've already faced off once before and on this exact same map pool nonetheless.
Yeah, there's not many times that you get to play the exact same team, in pretty similar proximity as well. A few weeks after, I think their first
Mhm.
match was week 2. Now we're in week 5. But it's also the same map pool, like the exact same map pool. And it's like, okay, we just get to run it back, I guess, on the same maps. And last time it was 2-0 St. John's on Lijiang Tower, 1-0 on Midtown, 2-1 on New Queen Street. So you
Right.
wonder if RIT is able to kind of bring it back a little bit, or are they going to continue to struggle on those maps where just a few weeks ago they got swept?
Right. Well, and St. John's is ranked number 6 currently, right? They've gone up against well, a few different opponents, but they did end up losing against the number 2 Delaware. So their toughest opponent yet has definitely been a challenge for them. And to be honest, I'm looking to see RIT really step up their game. A few weeks makes a big difference in season and in synergy potential. And to be honest, I'm sure they are not looking for an exact repeat of history this run.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're trying to battle against history. St. John's trying to repeat history as we load in here to night market, even though not during the night, more of like an afternoon or like early evening market here. As it seems like both these teams ready to go, and they are seeming to go that Winston look here. So not going to continue that Zarya meta, going to continue to try and conform to what we saw in Overwatch League with the Dallas Fuel and the rest of the Overwatch League teams in kind of this Winston rush.
Oh man, yeah, that was some exciting gameplay over watching the Dallas Fuel win, unfortunately against the San Francisco Shock. So far, though, St. John's also feeling pretty strong. We saw a little bit of smack talk come through from Joey Baloney initially here, and well, it might be exactly what they were trying to do to get in the heads of RIT, kind of throw them off their game, and they look like they're going to go ahead and take this point initially.
Yeah, just great pressure early on. Storm's Eye gets separated from her team.
Wow!
And they're able to cap that, but that's a great headshot to start and try and do this recontest.
Ooh, you got to watch out for those Sojourns. And to be honest, once again, Frost continuing to prove the point true. We have seen this, I mean, honestly, how many weeks of Sojourn meta have we seen, Twin? It has been constant and unrelenting. And to be honest, I would have thought people would have learned by now not to peek those Sojourns nearly as aggressive.
Yeah, you cannot afford just to peek out for a second, especially when you know that they have a high charge shot ready to go. Somewhat like Jake has right now. We're going to try and line one up to set up this fight for RIT. But it's going to be up to the Winstons and the Reapers of each team to try and put on that pressure.
Nice pressure coming through up there. Both Sojourns dueling it out, and Jake is going to go ahead and take the victory there on that front. Still more kills coming through for St. John's University, and to be honest, they are looking to go ahead and take this point back for themselves. They're going to have some good ultimates online on top of that, Twin.
Exactly, and Jake is just not missing right now. As I don't mind the dive comes in from Frost, trying to get some pressure on that high ground, and Jake's like, "I'll just use my disruptor shot more reactively, trying to slow him down, and able to line up that railgun shot more effectively, and now has that overclock online to try and line up some heads."
Andy's sitting on the high ground, pretty much just waiting for RIT to pop out into his sight. Does go ahead, doesn't have to wait, goes ahead and gets aggressive instead, straight up in their face. And well, as you can see in the kill feed, it's going to be one after another for St. John's.
And just lining him up, and it just seems like RIT fall right into the trap of St. John's. They're like, all right, if you want to push that way, great. You know, we have a soldier right above you. You send the disruptor shot, overclock, easy fight win for them. And now Frost already so low.
Man, you have to be so careful when you are falling in the air, because that is some of the easiest time for a Sojourn to pretty much railgun you, right? That is a constant right there. Nice constant gravity. And well, St. John's has been constantly producing those results, especially on the DPS front.
And even though RIT, they use the Kitsune Rush, Primal, and Overclock, they get nothing for it. It's a brilliant Kitsune and Death Blossom there from St. John's. And now one fight left here if they want to try and finish off Night Market.
It's going to be a lot of pressure on Joey Baloney to make sure he's ready for that Death Blossom, keeping the team alive. RIT could get this opportunity to take this point back. They've gotten one pick, but they lost Pepper in the process of it. Without a tank on the team, it's going to be really difficult for them to try and take this space. 98%, and they are on the point here, contesting. Overtime bar triggered, and a nice Suzu keeps them in this fight. Unfortunately, it was only delaying the inevitable just a little bit, as the last one gets taken down, and it's going to be St. John's taking this first round here on Lijiang.
So clean here from St. John's, trying to prove that the first time these teams played each other, it was not a fluke. As the shots, they're lining up for St. John's right now, especially for their Sojourn. Jake just lining them up. And Jolton Joe also having a great job setting the tempo with Joey Baloney, making sure they know exactly where they want these team fights to be. And even Bappo getting a little bit in the kill action. Nice little triple damage headshot on the Astra to finish off that fight. And now we go over to Control Center here. Both teams vying to go back to that Zarya meta. And maybe some good luck baskets here from Joey Baloney.
We got a baller in the house over here from St. John's. Teleport out quickly here from Marker to go ahead. Gonna push St. John's to the point faster as they both switch over to that Reaper. Gonna be a lot of in-your-face potential damage and, you know, pretty standard DPS lineup from what we've been seeing across the board. Oh man, Frost tried to step out for their own railgun shot and instead gets clipped by Jake. Now it's gonna be St. John's with the man-up advantage and continuing to push RIT back towards the spawn. Twin, this is one of the most difficult choke points to try and push out of, and St. John's is setting up defense first.
Yeah, they're in a perfect spot because you're just getting picks like that. It's just RIT, they're not able to have a full 5-on-5, and now St. John's going to try and take advantage of it as well. It seems like both teams may just kind of reset here with no casualties other than, well, never mind.
Lord, that is, once again, I reiterate my earlier statement of not stepping out when those Sojourns have such a so much potential. Jolton Joe goes down. Not sure exactly what happened there. Probably accidentally killed himself in the process. And, well, RIT isn't going to hold back. They know they have the numbers advantage. They've already taken the point for themselves for this first time here. And now it's going to be up to St. John's to try and rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with Jolton Joe, but hey, if you're RIT, you take it. You're able to flip over point. And now you get to hold this archway that, as you said, one of the hardest points to try and push through.
Oh, there's a grab coming through. A lot of members of St. John's stuck in it, but it's only, well, there's a couple more rolling through. The damage is going to be too much in the process as RIT continues to hold this choke point.
You could see Jolton Joe tries to get Joey Baloney out. They use the ally bubble on them early, and they're not able to do it. Even though Jake, when they're missing, who needs Alicia?
The tide-turning potential of Sojourn is just absolutely insane. Definitely have to have the skill to actually execute those railgun shots, and we have seen both Jake and Frost do so repeatedly for these teams. They are absolutely clutch DPS players coming through, and so far St. John's has taken the point back. They are slowly encroaching and about to tie up the same percentage as RIT here for point capture. Grab thrown by St. John's once again. Doesn't quite find all the kills they're looking for, and instead it's flipped over. RIT gets aggressive in response. They throw their own grab, and that's going to be them filling the kill feed.
Blossom marker. That's an interesting Blossom there. I'm not sure if I can prove of that one, but RIT able to flip it. They're gonna go back into the percentage advantage here in just a moment, but just an alt scramble there on the point. It just seemed like Joy Baloney's sound barrier just a little bit too late.
The disruptor shot forces the Suzu there out of RIT early. St. John's, well, looks like it wasn't quite as successful as they were hoping for. They do go down first in this fight, and now at 75%, RIT is looking to really push this to last fight territory.
They don't have the ults to really get through. You're going to be counting on Frost here to try and get that opening pickoff, with Jake just having that overclock waiting in the wings.
A lot of pressure coming through on these DPS, and once again, Marker is saved by the supports just by the skin of his teeth. Jake goes ahead and pops the overclock. Suzu saves his life, and now he continues trying to find these kills. Instead, does go ahead and give Pepper a bit of charge up. Frost retaliates, and now RIT looking to try and hold this point. Jolton Joe gets aggressive, taking down Foliage in this process, and now keeps protecting his team. What a clutch bubble coming through. No one's even taking a look at him, and he can just continue saving his teammates one after another. Sound barrier has to be cast by RIT to stay in this fight, but St. John's is still relentless in this stall. Frost finally caught here, and there's two more picks coming through. The grab is too much, but okay, a couple people from St. John's continuing to just fight this out. Twin, this is an absolute beautiful stall from St. John's, but at the end of the day, RIT is going to have the numbers and take this second map.
You live and die by what the value of your Sojourn can get, and that time around, Frost just doesn't die. They're living in their background right there. It's like, all right, can fire shots away. They build up overclock. They get a few pickoffs with that as well. And even though St. John's somehow build the grab near the end of that round, they're able to launch that in, get a pickoff as well. They're not able to keep Jolton Joe alive. And at that point, again, it's Frost just firing shots left, right, and center. And it sends us to Gardens, where both the teams, well, actually not both, St. John's elect and go back over to that Winston comp that they were successful on. RIT sticking to the Zarya comp that they were just good on. So gonna have that battle of which style they would prefer, but I do think it will be, you know, a slight advantage for SJU here.
Both teams opting to have different approaches as well, right? We saw RIT go ahead and move over through the White Room. St. John's going ahead, jumped straight over that bridge. Jolton Joe, 38 health. Oh my goodness, that's Suzu once again saving everybody there from St. John's. It's not the first time we've seen such a clutch healing play come through from either of the supports on St. John's. They are continuing to try and support their team as this push forward comes through. What is it? Astra goes down, and well, one after another, Jake just seems to be finding the mark, and St. John's going to take this point first.
Yeah, just able to get 4 out of 5 final blows. Just another day at the office here for Jake, just lining up the shot. And again, these teams both are living and dying by their Sojourns. Round 1, we saw Jake popping off. They win Night Market. Round 2, Frost picks it up. They're able to win Control Center. Kind of curious if Frost can pick it up here.
Some pressure here as RIT continues to try and cross this bridge. It's going to be a deletion coming through as Jake takes down Pepper right there early in this fight. No tank means no push, Twin, and it's going to be more time here for St. John's to keep capping.
And now they're forcing RIT to kind of swap their playstyle a little bit. They're not able to get the value out of that Zarya. They have to concede and go over to this Winston comp that they honestly didn't look as comfortable on.
38 health once again, this time for Jake. A little bit of change of pace. A nice follow up there from Jolton Joe as the members of St. John's continue to collapse onto RIT. It seems like their communication is on point, and anyone who is remotely low just gets stomped on by Jolton Joe.
Yeah, this target prioritization for St. John's has been electric so far. And it's been so good. The RT have barely been able to build any ults. The only person right now with an ult is Astra. They have that Kitsune rush. The Storm's Eye will have hers shortly. But that's really it, because they've had no pressure on the Jake and they can't get through.
Risky there, jumping in the air, but with the help of Jolton Joe, doesn't make as much of a threat. Still more kills coming through as St. John's got really aggressive for this push. They paid for it with a few members of their lives, and a clutch jump coming through there from Pepper. Now we have the Primal Rage online, but keep it in the pocket.
Yeah, it's able to hold on to it, and a clutch kit and protection Suzu from Astra keeps their team alive there. And they're able to actually punish that aggression from St. John's. Maybe get just a little bit too overzealous, trying to take and use that advantage that they obtained.
Oh, a boop! Excellent comes through from the Storm's Eye herself. Marker's already out of this fight early. And to be honest, Joey Baloney is absolutely on fire. The Storm's Eye gets another one, though. That is going to be St. John's University going right back to start. There's no way they can push with that many people lost.
Yeah, no, they at that point just back out. Storm's Eye may be getting a bit greedy, though, as they're going to get taken out by Jolton Joe. And now, you wonder, St. John's, they have everyone back. They can push in.
Oh, a nice boop does push away some of the Death Blossom, but it's not going to be enough for Foliage there to actually find the value they're looking for. Storm's Eye goes ahead, throws the sound barrier, but looks like it's pretty much a solo sound barrier. St. John's is all over this point, continuing to take it back in their possession. Now it's going to be 99. OT bar is triggered. Okay, nice job there, RIT. It's going to be the last couple of people trickling on to this point, touching at the last moment. Twin, looks like it's going to be St. John's probably taking this map.
Yeah, they will be able to take it here. Storm's Eye is trying to stall for a little bit, but having used that sound barrier the previous fight, Storm's Eye is not going to have it. It'll be 2-1 in favor of St. John's, and a wonderful job. But honestly, RIT, at least at a scoreline perspective, what we were able to see from their last game, an improvement on this map especially, but still a little bit of work to be done, and a lot of it has to come from Frost, because especially on this map, they were popping off. They shut down Jake for the most part here and were able to stay alive and get the value that was so crucial. But it seemed like the comp that they were running on Control Center, it's a little bit more close up, so they can kind of shut down Jake a little bit. There's less angles that they can kind of poke around, and with the Zarya, they can push. When you got to Night Market and Gardens, where the Winston's a little bit better to try and jump around and put that pressure because it's a lot more spread out, they were unable to try and lock down that space, and it let Jake just have free reign.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, Jake was absolutely doing fantastic on that Sojourn. You kind of have to, right? If you're going to name yourself Jake, and after the, Jake from Overwatch has already been through the gauntlet, that's definitely a name to live up to, or at least to be mindful of association by. And to be honest, I think he's been doing a great job on that Sojourn. Like I said earlier, those railgun shots have been absolutely lethal. And to be honest, they are catching RIT off guard, just like they need to be.
They truly are. And this current meta it's kind of like a game of chicken, because you want to be the first.
Yes,
well, it's a weird way to say it, but like, you want to be the first team to aggress. But if you get caught out and the other team's ready to hit you with a counter, then you're in a really bad spot. And it's kind of been this kind of give and take game with these teams. All right, are we going to go in? We're going to try and bait out your ults and resources so we can truly dive in. And it's kind of been that give and take that these teams, at least so far in these more open range maps, St. John's has been able to take care of. As we go into Midtown, I'd say second phase definitely goes in their favor a little bit more, but I would argue first and third, maybe go back into RITs a tiny bit. It's a little bit more closed, not as many, it's more straightforward lanes that the attacking team has to go through, which might kind of suit Rochester just a tiny bit. As you would see a little bit of, trying to exit I don't know. The
Yeah,
exit's just not there.
it's the stairs behind us, exits around the corner as not usually towards the left, but I have to actually want to say that chicken analysis that you had, as far as it is a game of chicken, is very true, right? There's tons of times where you want to lure them into your trap, and oh, they've overextended, tipped over, and then it's suddenly very easy to flip their own aggression on themselves. We saw RIT do just that to St. John's at the very end of that last round. And to be honest, there is still a chance for that to continue happening. St. John's needs to be mindful that that aggression could be their downfall. RIT continuing to hold this high ground here by the subway station initially. We've got some poke damage. We're trying to force out those different Suzus, and well, it looks like it's going to be St. John's all in this kill feed. There was a ton of damage being, constantly output by Jolt and Joe. I don't think anyone really put pressure on him.
Not really. He kind of just walked around, did what he wanted to do. I'm not a huge fan of RIT trying to challenge that position, because if you get caught out, it is immediate attack from St. John's where they can punish you. I would have held maybe a little bit farther back, but that time around, RIT, they take the risk and they get bit a little bit, and Jake's just able to line up the shot on a Storm's Eye, which will just give them so much more positioning here.
Man, it is tough, especially for those Lucio players who are used to jumping on the walls and wall riding and kind of hopping everywhere. The dangers of being exposed like that, and honestly falling at a predictable trajectory where these Sojourns can take advantage of you. We saw it happening, honestly, all over Grand Finals weekend as well, Twin. And if these players aren't mindful of this damage, it could be really devastating. This disruptor shot's going to put some pressure. St. John's continuing to push forward, and once again, the Storm's Eye almost taken out mid-hop, Twin.
Almost catch him off, and now the counter Kitsune Rush here coming in from Astra, trying to close that gap as Jake now has to back up a little bit, but Bieber just gets a little bit too close.
Oh, a lot of damage rolling through, and St. John's not entirely able to handle all of the aggression here from RIT. They are continuing to push forward at the end, and, well, they've got Death Blossom online to spare.
Yeah, able to hold that in their back pocket. Don't have to use that. Actually have the Kitsune Rush here coming up as well from Bappo to try and have like the pseudo Beyblade come out. The question is, does the touch come in? And it does from Pepper.
RIT not wanting to give up this second point very easily. Storm's Eye goes ahead, commits the sound barrier, and now it's time for them to continue aggressing forward into the heart of St. John's. The overclock by Frost, hunting for victims. Suzu is forced out from St. John's, but it's going to be Jake absolutely turning the tide for his team, popping off one railgun shot after another, and it's going to be St. John's taking this point.
That is such a costly fight as well from RIT, as it's just the punishes come through.
Interesting sound barrier.
What?
Joey,
I wonder if that was a misclick. I'm not entirely. Yeah, I got a feeling that was a whoops.
One for the stats.
One for the stats. They hit a few at least. But as soon as foliage goes down, they were able to push on it, and they still hold on to Death Blossom and Kitsune Rush. Now with Storm's Eye, no sound barrier to counter.
Now we've got a Reinhardt on the side of RIT as well, so it's going to be a little bit of a different gameplay style. With Death Blossom online, though, it's going to be just as difficult. Does get pinned out of it in the end, but RIT still don't have the numbers they really want to defend strong. They are going to have the spawn advantage, though.
They do it. It's only a 2v1 for us, actually able to pick off one as well, so going to deny St. John's trying to really take positioning here. They kind of have to ride this card out and wait for their reinforcements to arrive. And I honestly don't mind the swap from Peeber. They just have to play it a little safe, as that shield will not last long.
It's definitely going to help with all these consistent dives coming through from Jolt and Joe. Jake goes ahead, pops two with the railgun, makes it a hatch, makes it a 4K. Oh my goodness, keep on hunting, and that is a beautiful 5 for 5 taken out by Jake himself from St. John's.
They're channeling their inner proper. I know we were talking about Jake from Houston Outlaws for a bit, but man, it's just a 5K here from Jake just to line it on up.
I mean, that's highlight reel all day. St. John's is feeling the momentum after a play like that. Jolton Joe goes ahead, pops that primal rage. No one's going to have an easy time getting close to the point after that. And now there's even more collabs coming through onto the back line of RIT. They got a little bit far away, and well, Jolton Joe was taken down. St. John's over-aggressiveness almost coming back to bite them again.
They're at least able to get out, and due to Jolton Joe getting out with, what, 30 health, it lets Bappo really build up that Kitsune rush here, so they'll be able to have it to recontest this next fight. And as Astra, they went to the Moira, going back over to that Kiriko now.
Once the bubble's broken on St. John's, it's going to be free Earth Shatter for Peeber there on RIT. So I'm really looking forward to see how much follow-up is there. Almost taken down too early in this fight. My friend, you got to stay alive. You're going to be absolutely critical to maintaining this front line. Definitely got to make sure that everyone's lined up. There's the bubble looking for the break. Now Earth Shatter, boom, right there, taking down a few right up the alleyway. Follow-up is there onto Marker, and Jolton Joe goes down to follow suit. Twin, a nice hold here from RIT.
Beautiful stall there a little bit, because you can tell they didn't want to use protection Suzu as early as they did, and you worry like, okay, is St. John's going to move in here? They have the ultimates. But no, they kind of hold back and then land the shatter that St. John's was so weary of, and they're able to win the fight already. They've been contesting here for a little over 2 minutes.
Yeah, very, very solid hold, especially here on this defensive point. They do have the spawn advantage, but sound barriers have been popped all around. Now it's railgun time from Jake once again, and it's a good thing that shield is up. He is absolutely lethal, and the Susu's been committed. Death Blossom takes him out in the middle, and another absolutely beautiful defensive hold here coming through from RIT, taking off so much time on that clock.
Just another amazing fight, and also, Bappo uses the Kitsune rush more to try and help out Jake. You can tell Marker wanted to use Death Blossom, but by the time they get out of right there at 30 health, it's one swing from Peeber, and they're just done. And at this point, Wraith is more of like, hey, shoot me as soon as I get out of this, because you know they have no counter to it whatsoever as soon as they get out of that Wraith form.
Jolton Joe has also swapped over to the Reinhardt, pretty much mirror, well, now they are mirror matching in their compositions. See if this aggressiveness pays off for them, and maybe this extra shield. Now railguns though are going to be charged up just a little bit easier, right? Something to shoot into, slowly build it, and well, the Storm's Eye taken out right as she's wall riding. A nice counter comes through here from Frost onto Marker, so the numbers are tied up. Just as I say that, Jake's going to go ahead and pop off. We've seen the dangers of when he gets into his flow state, and well, it could continue on. Looks like Frost is going to take him down just before that can happen. Shatter's going to come through from Jolton Joe. He's alone during some of that and only takes down Frost, but there are still a few members of RIT defending here.
Yeah, and they're able to push in now a little bit and just full force rush here from RIT, going to try and deny the push here from St. John's. They're able to pick off a few of these picks, as you said, a late stagger onto Jolton Joe as well. Will not have their maintain to try and push here. And the point is that cart has continued to move back and is almost at this first corner.
Can we touch? Okay. Oh, a boop! Okay, that was really close. A really nice attempt there from the Storm's Eye. Kitsune is going to be thrown here from St. John's. And of course, sound barriers popped by RIT. Everyone is throwing everything they have into this fight. It's a use it or lose it with your ultimates. A lot of pressure here from Jolton Joe trying to take out the Storm's Eye, but too slippery there as that Lucio, a massive slam displacing a lot of people, but Foliage going ahead trying to find the kills on that Death Blossom. Jake's using the railgun charge, and it is absolutely lethal. He has been popping off left and right, and as a result, St. John's gonna go ahead and clear out RIT, looking to push this cart in OT.
And Jolton Joe almost has mines as well to try and finish off this attack, but the shatter for Peeber in the wait.
That with Minefield online, there's no way RIT is going to be able to jump on this point very easily. Just getting close is a death sentence right there. More railgun shots fired. St. John's pushes this cart all 3 points in overtime.
Peeber, that's a bad shatter, right? That's great. I don't know if it would have changed the fight, but they're going to be wanting that one back. As you can tell, they were trying to hit Jolton Joe to try and deal with the wrecking ball that was just flying around. They hit nothing. They hit a bunch of mines, and that's one in the VOD review. That's gonna hurt.
That
But honestly, for RIT, considering like how poorly the A defense went, and how quickly and how much time they had during this third phase, I'm just being blunt. It was quick, but I like the Reinhardt switch. It's kind of what we said before the map.
Mhm.
Like they're not super comfortable on the Winston. We can tell.
Yeah.
Like they're not as comfortable on that as they are the Zarya or the Rhine. So try and force St. John's to play your way. And we saw it there. Eventually, St. John's just broke through because they had ultimates going online. But trying to keep that kind of pace and that kind of play style is what
Yeah.
RIT needs to do if they want to try and win this map. And that's why, at least on their attack here, that's what they'll initially be running.
Well, and that's what they were also looking the strongest on as well. And, at the end of the day, you should probably play to your strengths a bit, unless your strength is throwing the other team off. And to be honest, RIT looked really good on that Reinhardt. I'm excited to see that. Still going to be used. It's always a little wishy-washy when you speak before the doors open. But we are sticking with the Rhine composition here from RIT. Going to be pretty much in the space of St. John's non-stop, trying to take down that cleave damage. The Storm's Eye is the first to go down. That must have been devastating with how much additional pepper damage rolled through, Twin.
Yeah, cannot die, especially with, you want to be able to speed in, speed out. Having your Lucio gone, though, that's just going to be a quick reset here for RIT. And St. John's holding this great, just kind of pouncing around. As you said, a little bit of cleave damage coming in from this high ground as well. And for RIT, you need to find a way to get at least a little bit of pressure on that high ground. You can't count on one of them dropping down and making a mistake.
And the Storm's Eye has been heavily focused by St. John's repeatedly. I mean, Jake has been constantly free firing into both support lines. And to be honest, St. John's cannot quite keep their team alive as a result. They don't have the sustain they're looking for. And the Suzu committed way in the back here just to try and bail out of this fight.
And RT already going to try and adapt a little bit here. People are now going over to the Zarya, trying to give their allies at least a little bit more of an escape route when they get pounced on, but they may need it for themselves here.
Well, yeah, and to be honest, it has been very tough for RIT to push into this. Jolton Joe seems to be all over the map. I mean, he's just constantly in the exact place that he needs to be. A nice bubble here, trying to extend a little bit longer for Foliage, is able to outlast them just a bit more. I'm surprised at the brawl going down in this room here. RIT living quite a while. Jolton Joe trying to put pressure on, but Pepper is absolutely crushing it here on this Zarya. So charged up, now so low, and of course Marker goes ahead, lives through it all, as the annoying Reapers do with their lifesteal, and St. John's holds strong.
I don't mind the rotation there from RIT. You do lose Frost, but like, okay, we still have ults. We can maybe win this if we want, or try and wait for Frost to get back. And then they miscommunicate on the rotate. Peeber tries to get out through low ground. Everybody else goes through high ground. So Jolton Joe is like, oh, there's no opposing tank on high ground. I can just dive them. And Marker is able to take care of Peeber.
But look, we have so many ultimates on line, Twin. It's going to be quite the flashy fight coming up. We got foxes all around. It's going to be Marker's Death Blossom taken out 4 out of 5. And he gets the fifth one. Jeez, I'm here still counting 6 people. But St. John's is absolutely, unrelenting from their DPS. That's both DPS killing all 5 members of RIT in one play. And to be honest, it's tough to go up against a team who is in the flow state that much, Twin.
It truly is, and now they're going to try and re-aggress. Soundbearer is going to come out from both sides, but I think Storm's Eye only hit them. I don't think it hit anybody else on RIT, and because of that, they're all just going to fall.
Didn't have the sustain they were looking for during that fight. A nice boop comes through, trying to keep this point alive, but at the end of the day, St. John's continuing to take down the members of RIT.
I want to know how that Soundbearer didn't hit anybody else from RIT. Like, unless they got, because it only hit Storm's Eye, so I'm not sure if they might have been a Winston bubble. That's the only thing I can think of. We'd have to watch it back. Or maybe
she was trying to jump on one of the bus stations and missed it by that much.
That's so much to have the sustain to try and deal with that overclock.
This disruptor shot in the alleyway is so deadly. Foliage actually opens up here with the Death Blossom, and now RIT has the numbers advantage. They're gonna take this point for themselves, and literally at the end of the time bank.
Hey, you might as well use the ults there. You can't take them around and map 3 with you, so you might as well use it then. And they're able to at least win that fight, continue this map on. And yes, you had to use a lot of ults for that, but you at least have the Kitsune Rush coming up here pretty soon. This next fight, SJU not going to have a lot either, so try and bank on the fact that Frost can get an early pickoff and try and just keep... Well, never mind. I cast curse. I'm sorry.
And Frost, as you can see, Twin caster cursed you to die right there. We'll have to wait for the next round to see what you bring to the table. And, well, Jake has been absolutely lethal. On this high ground, are they even going to be able to displace him?
I'm honestly not sure if they're going to be able to at this point, as they're just kind of firing shots away with no care in the world without having that Winston. They don't have that verticality.
Oh man, Jolt and Joe forced to use the Primal Rage. Frost falling very low and taken out of the sky. Once again, gravity is predictable, and so is your trajectory as a result. St. John's continuing to fire into RIT as a couple of their members have gone down. They did lose marker in the process, and well, this pressure from Bieber is, well, not as deadly as I thought. Jake goes ahead, pops the railgun shot once again, and holds this point strong for their team while also maintaining a horde of ultimates.
Lesson learned, do not peek the full charge Sojourn.
Right.
I thought, yeah, Marker's gonna try and hide up here above the choke point to maybe try and get a surprise blossom here with Jolt and Joe, but with only under a minute left, St. John's, they can kind of space these ults out, but they don't have to be too afraid to kind of splurge a little bit.
There's the grab thrown early in this fight by RIT. 2 people go down. Sound barrier doesn't save them with two-man advantage here from RIT. They're still going to continue to aggress forward. They didn't use too many ults, Twin, and honestly, they're going to be grateful for that for this next fight.
They just waited a little bit too long to use sound barrier. They used the protection Suze. All right, after Suze is done, then we use beat. By the time they actually use beat, 2 of their people in the grab are already dead. So RIT able to win out the fight. Now 1 fight remaining, have both DPS ults online.
Kitsune thrown here from St. John's, and Frost goes ahead and shuts Marker and Jolton Joe down. He's wanting to join the ranks in the 5K of the kill feed, and well, looks like RIT is going to continue cleaning up the rest of those. And this is some very different team play. They have 124 in the time bank, Twin, and if they can finish with time, there's some hope for them yet.
They're building their confidence, and now you're entering a part of the map that benefits your comp more than the Winston comp. A lot more close range. You're going to be trying to be able to build this grab. I think that's for RIT. If you can build a grab by the end of the time bank, you're in a pretty decent spot.
Both of these Reapers have fallen so low and wraithed out by the skin of their teeth. Aster goes ahead, throws the Kitsune, and Frost is taken down early in this fight. With Overclock being used by St. John's, another victim falls, and that's going to be a successful defensive hold. And now RIT forced into last fight territory.
But they at least have time here. As long actually Foliage comes back and gets a pick off as well, maybe. No, they're going to try to reset here a little bit, but that's a great pick. St. John's can't play super up front because they don't have that main source of healing and have to kind of hold this back corner instead of Cart.
And Foliage was also holding forward just enough to keep charging his ultimate and kind of putting in some pepper damage onto St. John's. They're going to want every single resource they have available. Jolton Joe has thrown his own Primal Rage, trying to displace members of RIT here on the point, but no one has gone down yet. We've seen the lethality of the railgun shot. Doesn't find its target here, but it is still anyone's game. Death Blossom online, and there is Foliage popping it just as it happens. Sound barrier being thrown here by RIT once again. They do not want to go down without a fight. They're slowly whittling away members of St. John's, but the Storm's Eye has gone down. Twin, this is absolutely chaotic as Jake takes 1 more kill just now.
And you can just see people are just trying to stay alive in the corner, trying to get heals from Aster, and they do. Frost is able to get a pick off as well, but Jake shuts it down. It's just carnage.
This is absolute insanity plays. Eventually, Paper goes down, and Oh, it's gonna be St. John's taking the win.
Oh, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but that's gonna hurt a
No-
little bit. But what honestly, it's RIT being so close in these maps, but just not able to get it done this time around.
Oh,
They
is
just
this the
don't
5K?
have the
Two,
time bank. I think it is. Yeah, one,
oh
two,
my,
three. Nice
4,
little
wait for
headshots,
it.
and I believe they're able to get it right there. There you go.
Wow, 5 for 5
And
railguns, actually, right? One, they
I
were all
think 3
overclock,
out of
and
5
then
headshots too. It's like
okay, that
that's
is
scary.
highlight reel 101 right there, buddy. Nice job.
Exactly. And it's like RIT, they seem to be getting better late into these maps, but because of them kind of having these slow starts, they're not having enough weather. This time it wasn't enough time to give
Yes.
themselves that extra fight near the end. And Lijiang, it was kind of a little different, but this time around they have Kitsune Rush ready, Death Blossom and Grav. They build them all up and they use them all at once. And I'm just like, why when they use the grav, they trigger a sound barrier from the opposite side. I think immediately in my head, hold Blossom. Just wait a second. Wait 3 seconds because they're gonna use Suzu as well. And
Right.
then you go in and you can maybe win that fight, but they use them all at once and they don't have the resources to win that later mid fight
Yeah.
because of the sustain that St. John's had.
Well, and St. John seems to be a little bit more calm during all of the chaos
Yeah.
of those like last overtime fights, or, when just everyone has ultimates online and it kind of seems like they're just being slung wildly left and right all over the place. So, I am hoping to see RIT kind of clean that up a little bit. Granted, we're still pretty early. We're only on week 5, twin. So,
Yeah.
we got plenty of time to see how everyone wants to grow. And honestly, after some VOD reviews, a little bit of coaching can go a long way. We are going to go over to New Queen Street next, as after we come back from this quick break, folks. So get some water, grab a snack, and we'll see you in a moment. Hey everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 5. We are in the midst of our match watching RIT go up against St. John's University, and Twin, it's starting to look like a little bit of history is repeating itself here on this series.
A little bit of deja vu, just a little bit. Even though I will say, it was not the exact same map score as last time, at least. Last time I think it was 2-0, then 1-0
Right.
on the first two maps. At least this time it was 2-1 St. John's, 3-2 St. John's. So RT at least pushing it a little bit, but they're gonna have to start the reverse sweep here and try and cancel history, or at least deny history repeating itself a little bit on New Queen Street, where at this point, I think if you're them, you have to go either the Zarya or the Ryan. Like the
Right.
Winston was not working. You looked so much better on the Ryan and the Zarya. The issue is, can you shut down Jake? Because Jake is going to have so much room here to try and go around on these little flank angles and kind of do whatever they want. So if you can shut down Jake and at least give Frost enough time and give your back line at least enough time to live and actually heal up your team, maybe there's a shot here that RIT can send us to map 4.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's going to be really I personally am not expecting the Reinhardt with how much different levels of topography New Queen Street has
Yeah.
available, right? There's a lot, honestly, Sojourns are having a heyday on this map as a result. And we've seen exactly how deadly both Sojourns from both teams are, right? Both Frost and Jake have been popping off. And to be honest, I think St. John's has been really setting up Jake a little bit better than
Yeah.
RIT has been setting up Frost. And as a result, Jake is able to feel confident getting aggressive in the face of RIT when overclock is available. And really, I mean, bring in the pain. We saw the 5K sweep of RIT by just Jake himself. And to be honest, when you're going up against someone who is in a flow state like that, it's really difficult to even
like this to where, yeah, the Zarya is going to be better here. Like, it's just flat out is going to be better here for people to try and close the gap just a little bit more. The Ryan's just going to get shut down. I want to see them try and put more pressure onto Jake, and especially Storm's Eye. We've said it a few times. She's getting caught out just a little bit in some of these fights, either being a little too aggressive or getting caught out in some weird like rotation routes. If they can try and stick with foliage just a little bit more, I think that might help as well with their survivability and their sustain.
Initial engagement here by the hockey statue itself. We can see St. John's getting aggressive towards RIT, really trying to push forward and play around this corner. RIT bringing out the Zarya, going to have a lot of additional utility to be able to give to their teammates. But with Jake picking off the opening and second kill here in the feed, it's going to be St. John's having the numbers and, well, going to take the robot first.
Yeah, as we said, like, a big thing, Jake, trying to put pressure on them and they get 3 kills. It's like, all right, if you want to hammer home the point, Jake, just do it yourself, I guess. It's already 3/4 of the way to the overclock. And I think that's the issue that RIT's had is with Jolt and Joe. They're being safe about their dives, but they're doing it enough just to kind of off-put the RIT backline just enough to make them make some mistakes.
And I think Jolt and Joe is also waiting at the perfect time after Jake or Marker has kind of whittled them down lower. Some over-aggression coming through from St. John's though, and once again RIT capitalizing on it as they repeatedly do when they see it happen.
Yeah, the Castle Curse strikes again. We're just talking about Jolt and Joe is really good about their dives, and then they get caught out. So, whoops. As St. John's now just have to try and figure out how they're going to come at this RIT with bot control, but Peeper doesn't have that high of a charge right now and is struggling to try and maintain it as, again, St. John's really doing a great job of not shooting those bubbles and going to be a little bit of a struggle for them to build that charge.
Sound barrier from the Storm's Eye initiating this the second engagement here from RIT. A nice meltdown by Frost to take down Jolt and Joe at the end of it. Now RIT is going to continue trying to push the robot and the wall itself forward, but St. John's is pretty much posted up here right by their spawn. It's going to be really tough for RIT to break through, and even tougher now that they've lost Frost. That is the tide turning pick that St. John's is looking for to take the fight back in their possession.
And it hurts them a little bit because they weren't, during that entire fight previous, they were not pushing bot. So if they
Oh.
were pushing it, they could have maybe got close to the checkmark and maybe forced a different bit of positioning from St. John's. But I think they realized like, oh, they're not pushing. Okay.
Yeah.
So we can kind of just play where we want to play and wait and try and make them make a stake. And they do. Jake's able to line up the shot. And now both teams sitting on a bunch of ults.
Well, Marker's already gone down early in the fight with Death Blossom online. RIT goes ahead, pops their own Kitsune Rush to continue capitalizing on the man-up advantage. And, well, it's once again a nice back and forth. They're looking to try and push the point just a little bit farther than they already have to take that advantage. And to be honest, St. John still has 5 ultimates online. RIT only had to commit 1 for that.
Yeah, it's a great fight for RIT, and now they can get that bot pushing the barricade yet again, eerily close to that checkpoint, and a great Kitsune Rush to just try and punish just a little bit. Jolton Joe not letting them get the advantage quite yet.
Grab is thrown, and St. John's able to sustain through it, and Jolton Joe actually gets the kill off the back end. Marker follows up with a Death Blossom in Twin. It was smooth sailing after that. All the kills came through. St. John's has the robot, and, well, they're making it look easy.
Just making it look like a stroll down Main Street as Marker are able to get a few pickoffs, and they're still able to hold on to that overclock from Jake. And my worry is, okay, now they're pushing the bot, but they haven't been able to get too much this map, at least with those charged shots. Can be looking to try and change that tide here.
It's a lot of pressure on the DPS once again. Jake has overclocked though. We've seen how deadly that is. And of course, there are the results right away. 2 kills coming through, both on support. RIT has no sustainability after that. Gonna be gone from Jolton Joe. And now St. John's continuing to push the bot. They're gonna grab the check mark, and now a closer spawn on top of it.
They had to use all the remaining ults, though, to try and get it. So here for RIT, you try and use Death Blossom. Try and hold Sound Barrier if you can, because you know they're going to be building up another one of their attacking ults here soon, as Foliage already looking for it.
Early pick and, well, retaliation in kind. It's still RIT moving the robot, but it's a skirmish here around the corner. So far, St. John's doesn't want to give up this point very easily. RIT continuing to try and push forward and charge up Peeber as a result. Frost takes down Joey Baloney, and now RIT has even more advantage. With no sustainability and the inability to really change the tempo, St. John's has to bail out. Jolton Joe was so low right there, Twin.
They were at least able to get that close spawn for the one who died, so could be able to hold near this barricade. But yeah, playing it eerily close, and RT had to use 0 ultimates.
Okay, a Kitsune being thrown. 2 exchanges here, but with Jolton Joe down, St. John's is not going to have nearly as much staying power as they're looking for. And now RIT pushing this point, about to cap that. They did cap that second checkpoint that they are looking for. As a result, now the spawn is in their favor. Grab thrown here, trying to take down Marker, and the resources pumped into him to keep him alive through all of that damage was absolutely outrageous. I would be furious if I was RIT. I'm furious on their behalf. And a fantastic defensive play coming through from St. John's while still maintaining all these ultimates.
But they're able to at least land the beat there, and their protection Suzu keeps them alive as they try and get back, but it's not going to be able to be enough. The Suzu and the Kitsune Rush, pardon, with the Death Blossom just too good from St. John's. But that barricade gets eerily close to where St. John's did on the opposing side, and not a bad attack for RIT, all things considered. But yeah, they had to use a little bit more than they wanted to because of just the amount of resources that got put into Marker just to keep them alive in that Graviton surge.
Reaper is one of those characters that infuriates me, and, you know, props to St. John's for keeping Marker alive in that fight. That was absolutely incredible. So far, though, Frost has decided to turn the tide of the fight themselves, single-handedly popping off the railgun shots. Oh, cornered now and alone, taken down as a result from the Primal Rage. And now St. John's taking this point back in their favor, and they took it back just before RIT was able to tie it up or overpass them.
They at least don't push right away. I don't think they have advanced spawns right now for St. John's. So they have to kind of play this a little bit safe. Those respawns won't be coming in for a while, and that's why they're just going to give up this cart for a little bit here. They know they don't have the reinforcements in tow quite yet, and Jake just has to live here, and they will be able to get out with their ultimate still intact. But a great defense there from Rochester Institute of Technology. You don't let them get any more forward progress, and now you can bring it to the St. John's side.
This aggression coming through from St. John's. They're looking for, well, looks like they're just going to get caught in the grab. Marker that was a fast grab, actually. Marker once again lives through it, manages to take down Foliage as a response, but St. John's has lost a couple, and it looks like they're going to lose Marker here at the end of it and take the point themselves.
But Jake's able to get one. Jolton Joe's able to finish another, so it may at least deny the true totality of what they can do. Here's Joey Baloney able to get out as well, but that bot will push that barricade to the checkpoint, and not to the checkpoint, to the mark where St. John's did. So advantage now in RIT's favor, and only with a minute and a half left, that might only be what RIT need.
RIT has been playing beautifully this game. It's almost a whole different team, and they are very, very close to winning this map and starting their own reverse sweep twin. They do not want history to repeat itself, as they seem to have picked up their momentum.
They truly have. Is RIT trying to push the pace here now, trying to take advantage of this positioning. They're going to get it to over 100 meters, and now, honestly, if you're them, you either want to finish this here or don't use any ult, because you know you have fights now that you can give.
Clutch Suzu coming in from Astra, saving Frost in the process. As a result, now Overclock has been initiated, trying to hunt for kills. Just a lot of damage being output nonetheless. RIT looking to try and continue holding this point. 47 seconds on the clock, and that's a Death Blossom here from Foliage. Does fall low, and the resources thrown to keep him alive, and the sound barrier on top of it, keeping RIT in this fight. Grab is going to clean them all up, and with that, RIT might might full cap this map.
They should be able to at least get close. I have a feeling the Stow will come in. You can see Jake going from the right side of your screen, trying to go in. But no matter what, I think they've set themselves up pretty well for the map.
Joey Baloney already dead, and a huge Death Blossom from Marker coming through. Jake goes ahead and continues bringing the hurt. And once again, St. John's does a great job at repelling RIT's aggression just at the last moment. But Twin, it's overtime.
It's overtime, and you have at least, I would say, 3 fights you need to win here. You're going to have to fight one kind of around this corner, near middle, near checkpoint, and then another one kind of near the end of this phase at minimum here for St. John's. You need to make sure you can't use too much.
This is RIT's opportunity to stall St. John's and start their own reverse sweep. They've taken down Jolton Joe, but have lost Frost in the process. Jake is on fire and has the railgun available. You got to be careful with Overclock, and you do not want to peek any of these corners. The Storm's Eye has gone down, and St. John's only needs to sweep, or RIT only needs to sweep St. John's off this point once to actually win this map. It's a 2 for 2. Beaver goes down, and now it's just Foliage trying to hold the fort. Frost jumps in at the last moment, and it's a 3-on-1. RIT has to regroup, Twin.
It's a Jake masterclass, and it keeps St. John's in it, and now they're going to be able to push this spot over to that checkpoint. But again, at least one more fight, probably 2 more fights that they have to win.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to use too much. They're going to have that Primal Rage. They will have that Kitsune Rush pretty soon here. And as long as they don't all die from the Grav and Death Blossom here from RIT, they have a chance.
They also have to stay on the point.
That too.
You know, easy isn't always simple, and you know, it gets very hectic here in these ending fights. Frost is already taken down early. Jolton Joe still has Primal Rage online as a result. Doesn't even need to use it, as the aggression from St. John's is slowly pushing RIT back for them to regroup once more.
And now it's up to final fight territory. RIT not able to use anything, but now they have those 3 ults that we talked about. St. John's getting close to their own DPS ults as well, and this is just worst case scenario here for RIT.
Frost getting heckled here by Jolton Joe, but Foliage goes in big with the Death Blossom. Marker tries to respond in kind, but nobody wants a piece of that. Everyone decides to dip out for a moment as RIT continues to put the pressure on St. John's. Overtime bar has been triggered, and now it's burning down quickly. That's going to be RIT coming back for the win and potentially starting their reverse sweep.
Wow. Just what a push map. Both of these teams just throwing haymakers. And hey, RT, they're able to stay in it. They at least deny the sweep from St. John's, and now they can move over to Watchpoint Gibraltar. But how does he get away with this? Like, able to, able to get the third as well, just to keep St. John's in it. And that is the kind of carry potential that a Sojourn can bring into these types of games. And Jake's showing it right there. But RT, they definitely looked more confident in themselves. Their set plays were a lot better. There was a few times where they maybe used a tiny bit too much, but they were able to still save themselves later on. My worry is now you go to Watchpoint Gibraltar for map 4. You haven't played it yet this season, at least in actual matches, and it's way more towards the Winston play style that St. John's has been really liking to run. So I'm kind of curious on what they're going to adapt here. But hey, you're at least still in this, and it did not look like that halfway through that map.
No. And RIT was a very different team on that push map than what we
Oh,
saw
yeah.
previously. I gotta say, I was really excited to see this new level of competition and edge that they really brought to the table, not just individually, but honestly as a whole team. We saw that the Storm's Eye wasn't getting picked off nearly as often. We
Yep.
saw all the resources being thrown into trying to take down Marker. Unfortunately, St. John's was doing fantastic on their support lineup, but RIT had a considerably better game. And as a result, they won that map. Like you mentioned on Gibraltar, it's going to be tougher, especially since this map favors that Winston play. I'm curious to see how they're going to try and adapt and respond to it. But I am so excited to see that this is not a repeat of history for them. They have shown clear, tangible growth. And that's not something many teams can say that they've had in only 5 weeks of playing.
Yeah, with a 3-week difference between
Right.
the first time these teams played each other and
Even
now.
less time. Thank you.
So, like, it's honestly an improvement, but it will be St. John's going first here. They'll be attacking first. I like this choice if you're St. John's. You want to be setting the tempo. You know that your kind of play style fits this better. You want to be able to set that high time bank early. At least that's the hope if you're them. So you kind of push away the momentum that RIT had built up through New Queen Street, and it will be that Winston comp coming out from both sides. RIT are going to kind of cave in, knowing that, okay, even if we wanted to run the Zarya here or the Rhine, it's just probably not going to work. So we're going to shift over to that Winston comp, and as long as they can keep pressure onto Jake, and I honestly liked Foliage. Have Foliage run around with Peeber a little bit more in this fight and just make sure they don't get split, because that was kind of where it got a little bit messy for them. Storm's Eye, Peeber, and Foliage got split up a lot of times during those first 2 maps. That's when one of them, usually the Storm Eye, was able to get picked off. So now I want to see if they can kind of stick together a little bit more.
Don't want to stick too close together when that disruptor shot hits, but nonetheless, St. John's still continuing to stay grouped up here near this high ground. A quick jump towards RIT forces out the Suzu early and, is going to allow St. John's to continue moving this cart forward. No one's gone down. Well, as soon as I say that, Frost is the first person to go down as a result. St. John's now has that advantage that they want to try keep pushing this cart, and, well, it's going to be tough for RIT to recover here.
And Foliage drops and they just track the Wraith. As soon as they're out, Jake hits him with the headshot, and it's just everybody falling here for RIT. The exact start if you wanted. If you are St. John's, as they're just able to keep rolling this cart through without any issues. And they will be able to capture this point first in just under a minute. 5.5 minutes left, and they're going to get the stagger as well. Maybe not, actually. Storm's Eye able to get out.
Well, okay, it's going to be a pick there onto Jake just to stall out St. John's a little bit. But, Twin, you mentioned earlier that you like that St. John's is attacking first to really set this tempo. And to be honest, with how fast that first point has already been captured, they are setting quite the rigorous tempo here on Gibraltar.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up exactly how they needed to after a map that honestly was pretty rough for them at times. And now, here we go, putting the focus on Jake. Don't let them get that sight line, and Marker anyway is just going to pick him up.
Don't let him get that sight line. try running away from Jake, especially with how well St. John's has been helping set him up. He's got Overclock online as well, Twin. And honestly, I'm just waiting to see what he does with it sitting on high ground.
Yeah, they can just chill up there like, all right, I'm the king of the world, and you just got to try and stop me here, as it will be the Rikita's coming through late with the Kitsune Rush.
Sound barrier's gonna be thrown. RIT loses Frost as a result. It's too much under the pressure of Overclock. And now the Suzu committed, keeping them topped off and keeping them in this fight. Foliage tries to throw the Death Blossom in the mix of it, but it's St. John's continuing to hold strong, and these supports are killing it here on the St. John's team. They are keeping this team sustained through so much damage, so much focus fire, and they've still got their ultimates, Twin. They didn't even feel the need to use them yet.
They're just like, nah, we don't have to. Like, we honestly just don't, and this is just... RIT, they use the Primal. I don't mind the Kitsune Rush and beat early, but the the Death Blossom for Foliage gets basically completely negated by the Bubble Shield from Jolton Joe. And now, 5 minutes. They have so much time, and people are just going to try and shift over to that Diva to try and help a little bit. Maybe more of a comfort pick than the Winston, but they just can't get anything going right now.
Defense Matrix could be really helpful, especially when you have people like Jake constantly popping off, right? A little mitigation could go a long way, although RIT's having a hard time even getting out of their spawn. St. John's knows it's either one side or the other, and to be honest, RIT is up against the wall here.
This is a massacre right now. Like, RIT have no answers. They're going over to the right now to try and deal with this pressure, but everybody's trying to go at this left door where they have that on lock from St. John's.
Lot of aggression comes through. We got overclocks on both sides. Frost takes out their counterpart even though he's on the low ground, giving RIT this opportunity to defend the point just at the last moment, Twin.
And St. John's used 3 ults there as well. They used the Death Blossom earlier on. They used that Kitsune Rush and the overclock. So honestly, a pretty good fight there for RT, but now you have an extremely tall order ahead of you, just under 4 minutes, to try and make sure this cart does not complete its journey to its destination. But you do have that Soundberry in your back pocket, and Foliage on the Tracer now. Maybe try more direct pressure onto Bappo and Joey Baloney.
RIT did a good job defensively holding Midtown at the end once they got their footing and stabilized a bit. So I'm hoping the same thing's going to happen for them here on Gibraltar, and they, seem to be getting their footing better. St. John's pushed back here as Frost takes a little bit of aggression. It's going to be forcing out both Kitsunes as a result. And, well, RIT holding defensively so far. There's still plenty of time, and honestly, St. John just waiting for those opportunities to come online. Not the biggest shatter I would have expected coming through, and Marker goes ahead and tries to capitalize as a result. St. John's now 1 up in the kill feed. Oh, well, evened out now as Marker bit off more than he could chew. Jake's going to go ahead, try and clutch it out for his team, and try and allow St. John's to just roll this cart free through to the 3rd checkpoint, Twin.
It's nothing's going right for RIT. They try and use the shatter. It hits nobody for the 2nd time today. And that's rough. Like, that's honestly, considering what it was like 5 minutes entering 3rd phase, it's not horrible if you're RIT.
Right.
But that is still exactly what you did not want to happen.
Yeah.
Especially when St. John's pick offense, like, okay, they're maybe feeling good about this. And I was saying before the match, all right, they want to set a good time. I was not expecting that kind of time. I was thinking maybe a minute and a half, but that is 2.5 minutes that RIT, they're going to struggle to match that timing just because I don't think they want to fight in 1st phase. And did they win a fight in 2nd phase? I don't think. They won like a half fight they won like a half fight that St. John's more kind of pulled out and waited for reinforcements. So it's like,
well, they got that late pick onto Jake that forced St. John's to just slow down their approach after they caught the 2nd checkpoint. So, I mean, I've heard it both ways. At the end of the day, St. John's, they took that loss and it ignited a fire in them for this next match. And I honestly don't blame them. I don't like to lose. And dropping one map when I know I shouldn't have definitely might bring out unnecessary aggression when you're playing.
Just a little bit like, hey, you know, like, okay, we feel like we maybe shouldn't have lost that previous map. Let's just run it now. Let's do our
Right.
thing. Don't worry about what happened last map. Let's prove that that was a fluke. And that offense, it definitely did. Is now RIT. They need to basically have at least one flawless phase, whether it be this phase, second phase, or third phase. They need to have at least one that they just completely run through, no problem.
Well, foliage goes down early from Jake, but we've seen how lethal Jake is repeatedly, right? It's RIT continuing to try and roll this cart on through, but without the numbers they're looking for, and Peeper going down so low, forcing out the Suzu. As a result, it's going to be a little more time off the clock while they wait for their full numbers, Twin.
This is going to be the issue I think they have, is that you could tell they're maybe not as versed with this Winston meta that's kind of sprouted up within this last week or so, compared to St. John's, who are loving this meta. They seem so clean and precise on these engages and these rotations. I think that's what's kind of been throwing them off, but nothing a headshot can't, you know, at least somewhat remedy.
Well, a little bit of deja vu. Frost has won that duel with their counterpart multiple times, even when they were on the low ground. And to be honest, that is not something that's supposed to be easy. Or nearly as likely. What St. John's still trying to push on forward or keep this defensive point, but RIT finding some momentum here.
They're at least able to get some pressure here. They're gonna get this car moving. Jake trying to deny,
No contest.
but yeah,
Okay.
nope. They just get him off, and hey, that's exactly the attack you needed from RIT. Yes, you lose one fight, you still got 5 minutes, right? It's pretty similar timing to what St. John's had. And as long as you don't take extremely long here in second phase, you're actually putting yourself in a decent spot.
Deja vu once again, like the last fight. And Frost takes down Marker, this time from the high ground. Oh, it's a duel. Disruptor shot, gonna be throwing a lot more pressure. Frost takes him down as a result. And once again, RIT gonna continue to try and push forward. There's been some exchanges all around. So with Pepper still available, gonna be able to take a little bit of space, but cautiously, Twin.
They have the spawn advantage, but it's like, okay, we know we don't have it for long, so we can just set up. They do get ship control, though, which is pretty huge. As now they can just have Peepers set up there, foliage as well, getting eerily close to that Death Blossom. They can use it with the Kitsune and Rush. Well, actually, both teams getting eerily close. There's a lot of ults on the table.
Yeah, well, Frost is out of the picture, and so is Peever, which means there's going to be no overclock and no tank for RIT. It's going to be a reset for them. I mean, especially now that they don't have any of the numbers.
And they don't need to use any ults as well. It's just pure gameplay and teamwork there.
Jeez.
Able to get it done as
Pure skill.
5 ults online, and now you wonder who's going to pull that trigger first. I want to see a team get really aggressive with a Kitsune Rush, or just a nice little one tap coming in from Bappo that's just going to, you know, stall them just a little bit here. We're going to take an extra 10 seconds or so off the clock. But I want to see a team get aggressive. Use that Kitsune Rush early. Use an overclock early and force a mistake out of the opposition.
It's going to be a flashy fight with all of these ultimates online, and nobody wants to step out into that headshot, right? It looks like the lesson has been learned. Thankfully, it's very, very close quarters over there, and with the Suzu committed, we can see Jolton Joe goes ahead and throws the Primal Rage. Primal Rage in a small room is not what RIT wants to be experiencing. Still more damage coming through from St. John's as a result, and, well, stuck in a room with a Winston and a Reaper, no thank you.
And somehow that fight, one ult, that's it.
Oh, wow.
That, like, I thought that fight was gonna be like, all right, you know, let's press Q, everybody. But no, it's just one Primal Rage that comes out from Jolton Joe just to make sure they can stay up in the fight and kind of bat everybody around in that hallway. But it's great discipline from St. John's. Okay, we don't need anything else.
Still more pressure coming through as St. John's taking this high ground to try and move through towards the payload, right? They want to drop down eventually, but St. John's is backed up and they're pretty much free firing into the members of RIT as they're trying to trickle out. Kitsune being popped here from both sides, and now it's going to be the free-for-all with a lot of ultimates, sound barriers, death blossoms, primal ranges, you name it. They are being thrown, and it's still absolute chaos on this point. We've lost a DPS from each team, but still both tanks are in this fight, and the sustain from RIT is trying to continue holding strong, Twin.
This recontest, though, from St. John's might be big, as they didn't have to use everything like RIT did. And now without their main tank, they're just going to have to go back to spawn. They at least get that exit pick on the marker. They get this cart eerily close to the end of second phase, but use all 5 ults that fight. Jake doesn't get the opportunity to use the overclock. They can now carry that over here to this next fight. And it always seems like St. John's, they know what they're going to do, and they always have a play, the next step ready, because they're reading what RIT is setting up almost every single fight.
And that means that St. John's is able to preemptively react to exactly what they need to. And so far, Jake has been popping off on the overclock. Once again, high ground uncontested. Feels like he can get aggressive, hunting for the Lucio O kill. The Storm's Eye trying to fight for her life, and skirts away. Nice job, dude. Absolutely clutch. Doesn't matter in the end because St. John's had the manpower, but I'm glad to see you escape with your life.
They're at least able to go like, hey, team, I made it. Sorry the rest of you were coming back from spawn, but,
Too slow,
you know,
sad.
it's just, I'll make it. But, hey, actually, big pick there on the marker. They're going to be take it out, and now St. John's have to kind of sit back just a little bit. As I said, Jolton Joe just jumps on in. They're going to get stuck in the opposing Winston bubble and have to back on out.
A nice pick there on to Jake early in this fight. That is exactly what RIT needs to continue pushing this cart. They honestly have just taken the momentum they needed. They're going to keep pushing onto St. John's, and as a result, Frost will be set up and ready with overclock.
And, well, the touch just doesn't come.
Okay.
I thought St. John's were going to touch, but I guess not. I guess they just like, okay, we can just set up here and play early. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. I guess like they had Kitsune and Blossom, but maybe they just use that here at the beginning of this fight, knowing that they only have to win roughly 2 fights anyway. But now you're giving RTA the time, and they have plenty of ults on their side as well.
Both Kitsune's thrown either direction, and, well, there's a couple of ultimates. Foliage goes ahead, drops the Death Blossom, and dies as a result, but RIT still rolling on through on this payload. And Twin, maybe that second game wasn't as much of a fluke as St. John's was hoping.
Yeah, especially after how RIT has been able to bounce back, but now the entire team going out of this left door, try not to get spawn camped like they did to the opposition during the last round.
Oh, a beautiful dive straight onto Astra there from St. John's. Everyone collapsed onto her right away, and as a result, no one was there to continue sustaining St. John's. Overclock isn't going to save you when there's so much health there for Jolton Joe. Now we're at 16 seconds, and, well, we'll see if anyone can touch Twin.
The big thing here for RIT, when are they going to use this Sound Barrier from the Storm's Eye? You have both DPS ults and the Primal Rage to deal with on the opposing side. If you can try and time it right with Death Blossom, you give yourselves a chance.
Sound Barrier goes through. RIT still looking to try and move this car even in overtime. Jake's used overclock and is hunting for anyone he can find, but it's going to be Jolton Joe coming through, taking that first kill onto Frost. St. John's now has the numbers advantage, and it's slowly tilting in their favor. Twin, Death Blossom's going to be the nail in the coffin as the overtime bar trickles down, and St. John's takes the series.
They take it 3-1. I will say, a better looking RIT than we've seen of recent, right? I will give RIT credit that they're making ground compared to where they were, a few weeks ago. Like last week, they get swept by Tennessee. So this week now, after them getting swept 2 weeks in a row, they're able to at least bring it back here. They get a map on a team that, swept them just a few weeks back. But it's back to the drawing board again. And it's, at least, I can't speak. They have a little bit of time to try and learn this Winston meta, right? Because you can tell we weren't sure beginning of the day. Okay, our team's gonna actually go to this. Our team's gonna stick to that Zarya comp. Teams are full sending this Winston comp. Like they're just running it because they're trying to use the the environment a little bit more to their advantage, kind of where Winston can jump around. And they did a good job on the rounds and maps that they could kind of keep it close, running the Rhine, running the
Oh, yeah.
Czar, and doing really well on those. But I think for them, it would be going back to the drawing board a little bit and kind of just working on those scrims to try and learn this Winston comp a little bit. But St.
Oh,
John's, hey, 4-1. Like,
yeah.
not a bad start to the season, especially, only one loss so far. And I believe, I'm trying to think who that was to. I think that was to Hawaii.
To Delaware.
Delaware. That's not a bad
Yeah.
loss at all. Yeah.
No, no, Delaware is currently ranked number 2 in overall. So, losing to someone like that, okay, not too shabby. Definitely someone with a target on their back. You mentioned, what was it? RIT got swept by Tennessee. Yeah, they're the number 1 ranked team. So, good luck over there on that front. It does look like we're going to get Jake in for an interview here. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to see what that hotshot DPS has to say. Welcome back to EGFC Week 5. We have Jake from St. John's University here with us after seeing that incredible victory. Jake, congratulations on your win. Thank you for joining us. And how does it feel to be an example for what it looks like when people are using an aimbot? Playing Overwatch 2, dude.
Oh, was it really that obvious? I should have made the
Uh,
aimbot button for the maps.
Oh, I mean, those Sojourn shots were absolutely incredible. And, we all saw the beautiful highlight reel clip worthy 5K of the entire enemy team. What's kind of gone into your training and the work to actually produce that type of skill? Because there's a lot more going on than just some everyday aim trainer kind of stuff.
I mean, I haven't played Sojourn since like the start of Overwatch 2. I actually waited a few days to play because the servers were, of course, pretty laggy.
Yeah.
But I've been just playing her mostly in ranked and scrims. I haven't really put too much outside practice. But yeah, just playing the game.
Dang. Well, your flow state was I don't know if it could be contained, to be honest, today. You were absolutely on fire. And, what are the comms like after you pop off like that? How are you guys feeling?
Oh, I mean, Joe, he's always the one to like scream, but this time it was me. I was the one because I was like, how am I hitting these shots right now? But normally it's just Joe. Joe always hypes me up. Like shout out Joe.
Nice.
You gotta love the hype, man.
Yep.
So we've seen you guys really dive into this Winston meta this last week or so. How are you guys enjoying that? Because we saw it early on in the season. We more of the Zarya meta. Now we've kind of shifted into this Winston meta with the Reaper instead. How are you guys enjoying this meta? It seems like you guys are a little bit more comfortable than you were early on.
Yeah, I mean, Joe definitely prefers to play Winston, so that definitely helps us out. But just everyone's on a character that they seem more comfortable on, and also this more practice on our like the general comp, and like more better communication. It just seems a lot better in general, like especially in the last recent couple of scrims in the weeks.
Yeah, it's easy to tell as your rotations especially and your target calls were just on point. So for you guys now, you lose your opening game of the season. Now you win 4 straight. Now you have almost a 3-week break because you have a bye next week, then Thanksgiving break, and then you play. So how are you guys gonna take this break now to try and reset a little bit? And a patch will come in between that, I would assume it, I think, in that time.
We're
So how are
hoping.
you guys, fingers crossed? So how are you guys going to take these few weeks now that you have free to try and prep on for the second half of this fall season?
I mean, I think we all deserve just a slight little break after
Yeah.
like the past couple of weeks because we've been doing so good. But I think just we should still work hard though. It's nice to have a break, but we still need to work a little hard. Fix our little holes that we've definitely discovered over the past couple scrims. But yeah, just work hard. Have play more. That's definitely one thing, and work on our comms.
Absolutely. And, we have so honestly, the holiday times are all super hectic. And we wish you the best of luck, especially, hopefully getting that well deserved R&R. You guys are also student athletes on top of it. And I remember the stress and the strain. Twin, the sweat, the stress and the strain
Yeah.
personally as well. And so, I want to give big props to you guys for how well you're performing in the season and, also maintaining the duality of being a student. Some of you are also running jobs on a top of all of that. And, it's a lot of work. And is there anyone you want to maybe shout out that's helped you get to this position? Or, we already heard Jolt and Joe here for the hype man. Okay, call back
Yeah.
there. But who else maybe have you want to shout out or who has helped you get here?
Well, a few of my friends, they've definitely helped me with like the coaching aspect. Like they'll help me, they'll look at like one of my VODs and like run it through with me. And it kind of it takes less time out of my day to like look it over myself. And so I can spend it on like, schoolwork or social life. But they've definitely helped me a ton on that end or else I would have to like look through the VOD myself and, do all the work then. But they've been very helpful.
Yes. Well, that the power of friendship. Here we go. Jake, you have been doing fantastic. And, I want to say good luck to you on the rest of your games. And thank you so much for being here in the interview booth with us as well.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you
Folks,
so much.
that is going to be our, first series. Well, I guess my first series of the evening. Twin, you've been here for a minute. Don't go anywhere, though, folks. We are about to see University of Hawaii, ranked number 3, go up against University of Tennessee, ranked number 1. So it should be a banger, folks, and don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 5. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Twin Salty, and we are going to be closing out the final match of the evening here on Official EGF. Of course, there's a whole bunch of other games on the sister EGF channels, so make sure you scope them all out across the board. But I gotta say, this one's probably going to be the banger of the evening, Twin. We're
I
about
would
to...
argue.
Right? We're about to see University of Hawaii, who's ranked number 1, go up against ranked number 3, going up against University of Tennessee, ranked number 1. And with 2 heavy hitters on the board and 2 big targets on each of their back, I'm excited to see where the cards are going to fall.
Yeah, especially because Tennessee's entering this 4-0. Hawaii's entering this 3-0. They had a bye week, I think 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I think it's been a pretty decent consensus that like these 2 teams in Delaware are probably the top 3 teams we at least have currently. So I'm very curious to see how this ends up going because I think in a lot of people's minds, Hawaii's still the best team. It's hard to challenge it because Hawaii is so good. But I think
Yes.
Tennessee has really surprised people on the jump that they made this offseason and kind of where they're standing now.
One of the most dangerous things you can do is underestimate your opponent. And
Yep.
I think Tennessee has been underestimated repeatedly this year. Now, I want to give a little bit of details, right? Some nuance going through. University of Hawaii has gone up against UT Arlington and Northern Arizona, which are number 5 and number 4 ranked. Whereas University of Tennessee's most difficult opponent is William and Mary, ranked at number 7. So overall, Tennessee's season has been what you would call technically easier, right? So I'm curious to see if, that has any actual hold on their 4-1 score, or if Hawaii is going to be like, oh, we've had a bit of a tougher opponent, a little bit harder run through the bracket so far, and we're actually the top dogs coming through.
Exactly. I can't wait to see kind of how this goes. And as you said, got another game going on. EGF Overwatch, UTA versus DePaul. Should be a great
Ooh.
game. That'll be just starting up here in a few minutes over there. Go check them out. But, stay with us. We're getting started here. Make sure you check us out as well as we'll be loading into Lijiang Tower. Again, same map pool as
Same map pool
the
for
rest
all the
of day.
streams. Okay,
Yep,
just for
we're
clarity.
not moving anywhere else. We're just going right back to Lijiang. And it will be Control Center this time
Right.
for the first round. And I want to see kind of just who sets the tempo here. And again, a lot more pressure is going to be on, Hawaii to like, okay, people see us as that number 1 team. We need to play like it. For Tennessee, it's like, if you can win this, that is a huge message sent to the rest of the league. Like, hey, you guys have all of your eyes on Hawaii when you should be looking at Tennessee.
Well, with 2 heavy hitters in the lobby, Twin, honestly, it's kind of a Clash of the Titans feel, in my opinion. Is Hawaii going to continue to be a dominant force in this league, or has Tennessee actually flipped over a new leaf? They're going up against the hardest opponent yet that they have had. Well, both of them going up against the hardest opponents they've had to face as of to date. And we're starting out here on Control Center. So far, no one's engaging over in that white room as much as I expected. It's been a little bit spread out. As you can see, Hydra circling back to slowly encircle the members of University of Hawaii. They've backed off a bit as Tennessee is regrouping. And now Hawaii just slowly taking a little bit of space. Everyone's playing at I like this slower tempo, right? It gives the Sojourn some time to charge up their shot. Reapers are getting in that pepper damage, and we're waiting for that bubble and jump to be resetting on those Winstons. Next engage comes through, a little more pepper damage, and, well, Math Dealer goes down first. Too aggressive is taken down by Blasphemy, and now Tennessee continues to capitalize on the man-up advantage. They're going to take this point back regardless of not capping it first.
It was Tennessee kind of playing the consistent little bit of poke. It was why like more of these pulsed attacks, right? Like every time Math Dealer wanted to go in, they jump in, use the bubble, they get out. And it was kind of just these little give and takes from them. That time Tennessee was ready for it. As soon as Math Dealer jumps in, the punish is there, especially from Hydra. And that is a great start to the fight.
Yeah, Akamai goes down first for University of Hawaii, and Math Dealers follow suit. Tennessee really holding this defensive point strong. And Twin, we talked about this at Grand Finals weekend. We talked about it last match. This choke point might be the most difficult one to push through because of how narrow it is.
It's extremely narrow, and it definitely benefits the Zarya playstyle, as the Winston doesn't have very much to go, and now they can just run it down with the Kitsune.
Oh, geez, and so much additional damage is being output as a result. Hydra goes ahead and pops that Death Blossom grab combo, and the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, but when you have that Kitsune rush, you can just speed on in. Even during Death Blossom, you're just speeding around so fast, and they're able to win it and hold on to that grab, which is huge for them. But Banana Olympia does have that sound barrier. We'll have it online here in just a moment. So at least Hawaii has that counter ready to go.
Next time we see Kitsune and Death Blossom, I'm calling it the Lane of Death, because that is exactly what seems to be outputting when they're comboed. So far, Tennessee still holding strong, and well, it's 85% Twin. I don't know if Hawaii's going to be able to break through.
And that was even a fight that Hawaii, I'm pretty sure, used overclock, and it's still Tennessee going out on top. So
Jeez,
it's
yeah.
been a weird dichotomy, and not supposed to be Ducksta able to try and go through with theirs.
Well, caught in the grab, popping the Death Blossom is as a result. There's still a couple of exchanges as Tennessee's looking to hold this first control point. Hawaii does not want to go down without a fight, and they know it's just the opening round. There's a lot of tempo setting that can be done here as Tennessee continues to hold this defensive point. Banana Olympia almost falling down and now is taken out as a result. Tennessee pops that Kitsune, and so does Hawaii. Both teams have that advantage, but it is still a crazy fight here on the point, Twin. It is absolute chaos.
But it will be Hawaii winning it out. Paravir just you just gotta take it at that point. You're trapped. But not a bad hold for Tennessee, 99%. And they force a lot out of Hawaii. They're only gonna have that overclock and the primal soon. So Tennessee doing a pretty good job. They can even take this next fight if they want, kind of feel it out. If they want to fully commit, they can if they build up that Death Blossom, but the pressure's not there to win this fight now.
A lot of damage and forces the Wraith out of Wombology. Tennessee is reinforced with their own sound barrier, trying to fend off this overclock from Akamai, and Hydra is deleted as a result. There's there's nothing left on the board here for Tennessee to try and hold this, and now Hawaii has managed to capture this point 55%.
Hydra does hold on to that Death Blossom, which you could tell they were maybe looking to do it before they just got nailed in the dome from Akamai. But they still at least hold on to it, have an overclock of their own as well. This is the fight for Tennessee they need to win before Hawaii can build those ults.
Blasphemy getting peppered down a little bit, and the Suzu is actually forced out early as a result. Hydra takes down Wombology, but Ducksta is taken down. DPS traded 1-for-1. It's now about Tennessee trying to continue to take this advantage. Akamai can't slide away from that Death Blossom fast enough, and now Tennessee has taken the numbers advantage. They're flipping the point themselves, and they are looking to take this first map, Twin.
I love that aggression coming through from Hydra. You see the opposing soldier like, yo, let's just get them done now. You have a feeling they're getting close to that overclock, and you know the carry potential that they have as they're able to close it out. Nice little overclock shot as well from Ducksta to deny Akamai. But I love that aggression. Be aggressive with it. Like, yeah, no, I'm going to just Death Blossom you. That's the only person I need to get, because if we get you, a lot of your one-shot potential is out the window. And the percentage for us winning is just so much better. So I love that call. But now we head over to Night Market. These are now getting more to territory to where the Winston's going to be a little bit better, as we've kind of said throughout the night. But I think Blamathy can still make this Zarya work. So I'm curious to see if we see any tomfoolery here. But I do think right now, honestly, Tennessee, they're showing up. As you said, you cannot underestimate an opponent. And Tennessee, their guns blazing right now.
Okay, early pepper damage. Oh, Akamai almost got taken down. His health was only at a quarter there, just topped off. Thankfully, at the last moment, definitely caught my breath in my chest for a moment as a result. Tennessee still on this point first, but that hasn't unlocked yet. So we're still looking to see who's going to take possession. Disruptor shots putting in a lot of good damage as, well, it is too much for Hawai'i. This Hydra Genji seems to be dashing nonstop as, that abuse on the reset quite prominent.
Taking advantage of Genji before he gets pretty much nerfed into the ground here in about a week. But it does get the picks, able to go out. I don't think Hawai'i was expecting the Genji to come up. It's like, all right, probably we're going to run it early. The Reaper has been played a lot recently, but no, they show the Genji, and it's worked excellently so far.
Nice pull coming through there is a little bit of damage from University of Hawaii, continuing to try and push on to Tennessee. Tennessee's posted up really well here on this point, and it's been really tough for Hawaii to try and break through. There's so much damage potential, and with Duxta on this Sojourn, deleted Wombology so quickly. They did lose Hydra as a result, and now Overclock's online. As long as he doesn't get booped off the edge, there is a lot of damage potential here to continue holding this point for University of Tennessee. It gets flipped. Okay, so they stepped off a little bit more than I was expecting, but honestly, they are having the numbers. They're gonna win this fight at the end of the day, and they are still continuing to try and take the members of Hawaii off this point.
They do have to commit the sound barrier to confirm it as he was getting a little close. Nice little reflect there from Hydra. But they do hold on to Blade. But yeah, they do have to use that sound barrier. Not a bad fight though for them there. And Blabberthine now has the grab online. Yes, Banana Lumpia has that beat, but it's this trade. Like, all right, they're either going to use sound barrier to counter Blade or grab. They can't counter both unless they use them together. So if Tennessee play this smart, they can use one ult to bait that and then win the fight outright using the other.
Geez, which one do you use the sound barrier for? Well, it looks like there's the blade pulled here by Hydra. Banana Olympia not able to actually have that sound barrier online quite yet as a result. So far, Tennessee still holding this defensive point, and Twin, we're approaching last fight territory.
And Akamai tried to use Overclock. That fight just gets shut down by the Blade, and one of the biggest win conditions for Hawai'i gone. They're only going to have sound barrier. They have nothing else built up because of the fact that they've barely been able to win any fights.
Akamai gets an early pick onto Duxta. There's the grab being thrown, and of course, sound barrier as a response here from Banana Lumpia. University of Hawaii still trying to continue holding this point and take the win for themselves. Overtime bar has been triggered, and, well, oh, jump! He made it back onto the ledge. Math Dealer absolutely clutch crunching those numbers.
I thought we almost had two go off there between Parvati and Math Dealer, both able to climb their way out. But again, Tennessee on their first cap, able to get it to 99%, and Hawai'i able to fight back. And now it's up to Hawai'i. Do you rotate those ults efficiently enough to try and bring this all the way back? You're at least at 50% to start.
Deleted before any chance of using the Death Blossom is available. That is a beautiful play coming through from Tennessee to pretty much stop Hawai'i in their tracks from having a successful push and burning more time off the clock. The commit to the Kitsune? Okay.
Yeah, Hawai'i can't touch.
Okay,
yeah.
I guess that's fair. Use it or lose it.
Yep, exactly. In Tennessee, I bet some of the pick'ems, they're in a little bit of shambles right now. Tennessee win the first map, and I wouldn't argue it was that close. It didn't feel close to me. Hawai'i had their moments, but like when Hawai'i would win fights, it was usually trades going back and forth, Hawai'i winning it out later. When Tennessee won fights, it was clean and decisive. So, hey, I give credit to Tennessee. They're looking great right now. And now you got to keep this up. Midtown is going to be next. I have a feeling Hawai'i is going to pick if I had to guess, probably defense first, knowing them. And they've really been able to do extremely well. Parvir, excellent. Suzu's keeping everybody alive. And it's honestly not been the story of the Sojourns that we've had for the most of the day. it's been more the flex DPS and the tanks setting that difference because of the dichotomy that we've had in the picks.
It definitely has. And that also means that there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders specifically to be bringing that value and continuing to maintain that synergy on top of it. If you're not working cohesively together, especially on those critical roles, you're not going to have as much success as you're looking for. And Tennessee has come out very, very strong. It seems apparent why they are the currently number one ranked team amongst everybody. And regardless of who they've gone up against this season, have kind of revamped and rebooted themselves as a team and an org, especially in comparison to last year. I think that's something that we all really love to see, especially here on the scene, is yes, season growth is what we normally experience, but having such a significant jump over the off season, or I guess during summer, right, when it's not typically in school, is a huge move forward for the University of Tennessee's esports program as a whole on top of it.
Exactly, and they're gonna call me out. They choose attack. So, I missed that
Uh,
one a little bit, but I don't mind it. Like,
okay.
if you wanna try and get the momentum back in your favor, you wanna do exactly what happened in our previous series with St. John's, right? You wanna bust out early, get a great time on this attack. My worry is Hawaii are very rarely knocked down like this early. Like, they're usually a team, especially on control, they punch early, and it's usually, the second map where they kind of maybe struggle a tiny bit and then push, they roll. If they lose this is uncharted territory for this Hawaii team because even in outside competitions, they're playing extremely well. So I'm curious to see what the response is going to be like for a team that is very rarely in this kind of scenario.
That is a different pressure being put on them, and it's probably not one they're as familiar with. So it's definitely going to push them to their limits. And, well, it's a good amount of growth for any athlete out there, right? Being in this less desirable position.
Yeah.
Now, Twin, I got to ask you maybe a little bit of a personal question. Are you
Okay.
more of an offense first or a defense first kind of guy?
I take the football approach because, like, in football, they always concede first, so you want to be able to adapt second half. So for me,
Okay.
I want to be defense first because then I know exactly what on my offense what I need to do. Whether it be, oh, we full out, I see the cap a tick, or we need to set a fast time. I like having in the back of my head, like, okay, we know what we need to do on our attack, and we already know roughly what they want to do because of our defense. And I guess a note from our producer, he also picks defense first, even though a little shocking from him, but considering he's,
Well,
a little bit of a soldier one trick, but
burn on you, Twit or time. uh, that's him in the chat there, folks. And
we have fun. We have
of
fun.
course, make sure you give him a follow on Twitter as well. Time to Light. He also broadcasts, so I'm sure you guys have seen him around the circuit, probably with the stellar Twin Salty co-casting with me today. But we'll have to see if Tennessee is feeling the same as you boys with your defense first mindset here set up.
Hey, you
Now, I
never
haven't
know.
voiced my opinion, so I can mock either direction.
Hey, that's fair. But I honestly, I want to see Hawaii here. They're sticking to this. Tennessee's sticking to the Zarya. They're going to go back over to that Reaper. Can Hawaii punch early here? This is a very awkward choke sometimes to push through, especially when you
Isn't
can
it?
dive in, though, like that and live. You at least can kind of poke away and create that space, sporadically.
These disruptor shots have also been pretty critical in separating members of the team or preventing some of their ideal pathing or pathings for escape. This is just absolutely ruthless, though, and I love the full court press that Tennessee is bringing to the table. They are making sure Hawaii is constantly feeling the pressure and constantly on the back foot.
Exactly. And you wanted to keep pushing, like, all right, no, you guys aren't going, we're not going to give you the time of day to do what you want. You were constantly going to be having to back up and kind of conform to what we are trying to run, as they haven't had an answer really here. Is Matt Taylor tries to push up, their bubble gets burned, and because of the high charge that Blamathy is at, they can't do anything about it.
I was about to comment on Blamethy's high charge as well. It is, I mean, honestly, so tough to push into him. As this Zarya, look at how much damage he's outputting. The deletion capabilities for a high charge Zarya is, well, it's one of the reasons why I absolutely love playing her. He is taken down and focused at the end as Hawai'i seems to find their footing, gain their momentum, and now Tennessee trying to run away with their life twin.
They're at least able to get out, so maybe they try and push back in here. I'm not sure if they will, because at least Noodles and Ducksta able to get out, and it looks like they will be able to go on back in.
Noodles! Oh, Noodles! Homie, you almost had it. You were so close, but honestly, that was a good attempt coming through. They did go ahead and early pick Banana Lumpia, so it means that University of Hawaii is going to have to take a little bit of time before they can push. Oh, missed it by that much blasphemy. It's okay. It makes me feel a little better. I don't make that jump any better.
Yeah, the C9 counter's up to 1. We're at 0 all day, and that one finally have to go back to 1. But Hawaii, if you take that honestly, because that one got a little risky.
Oh, Hydra deleted during the Death Blossom. Woombology drops their own, continues pushing forward as Tennessee uses the sound barrier and the speed to retreat. They have another chance to continue defensively holding, and Hawaii is not going to let them take this high ground.
Can hold it nice and steady here. Let Akamai get all the free space in the world, as well as River God as well. But this car actually going to get shut down low ground, and they're going to force the fight down here.
Some more aggression coming through from University of Hawaii. Sound barrier is going to make them feel even more aggressive as they continue to push forward. Math Dealer almost deleted, so props to Tennessee for such a nasty amount of focused fire. It is Ducksta going down, and now Tennessee on the back foot. Hawaii's capping that second checkpoint. And honestly, they are making great time.
This is exactly what you needed to do if you pick the offense first. Nice attack. It took him a little bit of time on first phase, but second phase, nice and clean, straight through. Got plenty of time now for the hardest portion of this map, to where especially in these last few corners, it's really easy for the defense to set up these hard choke points. So I'm interested to see how Hawaii want to try and adapt to it. And, you know, Ducksta trying to get a pick off and has that overclock in the pocket.
Akamai takes down Ducksta while Ducksta pops their own overclock. Absolutely devastating for University of Tennessee here on the defense. Now we can see Hawaii continuing to aggress forward here. Still more pressure, blasphemy, high charge, but low health. And now Math Dealer holding this point.
This is getting scary now if you're Tennessee, as this has been Hawaii rolling on through. You do have that grav, as you said, but Hawaii have a lot of things in their back pocket as well.
Pops off with the railgun shot starting off. We see the grab here thrown and a Death Blossom to combo it, but there aren't any kills resulting from the duo itself. So far, it is still a tough, crazy battle here on the point as Hydra seems to be pulling away with the numbers and giving Tennessee a little bit of breathing room.
They survive for now. They have to use everything. Like, they have nothing left ultimate-wise, but at least Hawaii did use 2. But it puts Hawaii still in a pretty decent spot here. Is Tennessee chuck everything at that just to make sure the time bank left for Hawaii isn't ridiculous. But again, the tempo here and kind of the geography of the map does go in favor of Tennessee. So as long as they can try and avoid this Kitsune rush.
Oh, a lot of damage being thrown. Blasphemy doesn't have enough bubbles to sustain through it. Even if you're selfish with them, there's only so much you can do. Still more kills coming through here as Hawaii continues to try and push on forward. Tennessee has a significant spawn advantage and looks like they're going to be able to hold once again. And now, Twin, there's only 2 minutes on the clock. There was about 4:20 originally.
Blamethy shouldn't have lived as long as he did. He just stays alive and he gets 2 picks. Like, him and Hydra get 2 picks in the corner, and that at least gets them in a position to win that fight when everybody else rotates kind of towards spawn. Blamethy just backed up, and it should have been an easy kill for Hawaii, but they just can't shut it down in time, and it cost them another minute or so.
Jeez. And that is a valuable time on the clock. Akamai goes ahead and opens with a pick onto Duxta. That is exactly what Hawai'i wants. They've forced Tennessee to use the Suzu early, and now they've committed the Kitsune on top of it. Tennessee or Hawai'i backs off. I guess they don't need to. With the picks coming through, it's definitely a huge advantage and opportunity for them to continue pushing. They've been caught in the grab. There's still 2 taken down as a result. And once again, Tennessee holds defensively strong as Duxta absolutely carries that fight.
This is just pure Perry energy right now. Coming up from Duxta, like, you know, we've been talking about all these sojourns in the league, right? We talk about Nels. We've been talking about so many others that have been doing so great. He has not been in the conversation up to this point, for the most part. He has really leapt into that conversation, but time after time, just getting those picks, and I cast a curse. Oh, my eyes.
Hey, Twin, that's like the 3rd time this night. So I feel bad for anyone you are endorsing for the broadcast. Folks, he's fallen off the screen. We love him to death. But Tennessee's still going to hold this defensive point. They've only got 29 seconds on the clock. They have burned down a horde of time on this last defensive point, and Hawaii's got their backs up against the wall.
I'm afraid to say who should win. After that, I'm afraid
Keep
to say
it neutral.
who should win this fight. But Hawai'i on paper have the more ultimates. They have that Kitsune Rush with Death Blossom combo. It's a lot of pressure on Paraveer to try and land that protection Suzu so Noodles can speed the team out.
Keep calm and reap on. We've got Death Blossom online. Wombology's looking for it, but as Hydra predicted for himself, he's keeping calm. Going ahead, trying to get those kills, is taken down as a result. Overtime bar has been triggered, and the point is still slowly inching its way towards the 3rd point. Noodles is taken down. That is absolutely critical for Tennessee, but Akamai is taken out as a result. Tennessee does have the spawn advantage, but these OT spawns are long. And now the 3rd point squeaked right on through in the overtime.
Tennessee just not getting those ultimates. It was what, 94% for Grab, 95% for Kitsune Rush, 95 for Blossom. But honestly, Tennessee, they're showing up, man. They really are showing up. Hawai'i playing extremely well, though. It seems like they got their feet underneath them now. They feel a little more confident, and it seemed like throughout the first 2 phases of this map, it's like, we just got to do the fundamentals right. Like, just get back to doing that. Because it was even kind of doing those on that first map where they couldn't really get it done. They were staggering, they were getting split, and that just kept happening over and over again. But now we get to it, it's like, okay, we're doing the fundamentals correctly. Now we can try and expand upon this a little bit more with the target calls, with these combos. At the end, though, they use Kitsune, and it's a great disengage from Tennessee. They're like, no, we're not going to bait into this. They get an exit pick. They do get 1 taken out, though, and as soon as Hydra uses their Wraith, Wombology's like, all right, now I'm going to go in, because even if I get 1, it's worth it. I didn't feed for it, and we're at least spacing the ults out a little bit more to try and win this out. But honestly, again, Tennessee's playing extremely well. They're going to stay on the Zarya, which I wonder where they're going to try and push through. I have a feeling it's going to be at the underneath tunnels like we've seen. But without having that verticality, it could kind of impact them a little bit here by Subway.
Like this oh my goodness, initial peeking here from River God through the windows of the Subway, you know, scoping out the opponent. Looks like it didn't do quite as much good as they were hoping, though. Still gonna be Tennessee taking first blood and moving quite swiftly onto the point after that. Banana Olympia is off the map, and so is Math Dealer as a result. It's all Tennessee in the kill feed, and Twin, this was a very, very fast cap.
It seems to be a trend today. Like, as soon as teams kind of get how to attack this, it's like, all right, we're going straight through. And they're able to cap it with a brilliant time. I think the fastest time of the day, 5:44, I think, was the initial. Now just over 5.5 minutes. And Hawaii's a little split right now. Math Dealer's going to get taken out. Akamai's going to try and get out with their life. But this is the kind of staggers that Tennessee want. And now they can gain full high ground control on top of Bridge.
high ground control on top of bridge. That is exactly the position that Tennessee wants to be in, especially waiting for Hawaii. Wow, I have never been able to jump up there. That's a nice trick to know, and definitely one we should all implement. Oh, well, your friend, nice job coming through from Blasphemy. So much charge off of that. And now there is still some to spare. We know what it's like being a high charge Zarya. And, oh, almost deleted Wombology as a result. Good thing the Wraith away came in clutch. Now we can see the point still needing to be rolled forward, but it's time for Tennessee to get aggressive, Twin. We see Universtity drop down on top of them, commit the early Suzu, and now it is brawling here on the payload itself. First person to go down is Blasphemy, but can Tennessee continue to hold the fort down? The numbers have been evened up. Sound barriers all around. Twin, this is going to be a long fight.
This is getting a little sketchy. Hydra in the back, able to land one with the Death Blossom. So low, though, and eventually taken out. Neither Sojourn gets anything from the overclock either, as Akamai gets taken out early, and it seems like Tennessee at least going to soft reset here. Not going to fully back out, though. Just going to try and at least contest high ground control, but Hawaii survives for now.
Nice boot by Noodles here. Actually is what saved Akamai, but the grab is absolutely devastating coming through. Clipped a few people of Hawaii. Tennessee, it was easy for them to melt them after that. And now Tennessee is still rolling the payload forward very fast and with a massive time bank. 3, 4, 5, 10 on the clock after they cap it. Twin, that's more than what Hawaii had rolling into their third point attack. And they had a big time bank too.
Yeah, it felt like Hawaii's time bank was pretty big, and then you look at Tennessee's like, oh, like they have over 5 minutes to get through this, and
you
wonder,
can do, I can do better.
Yeah, it's like you wonder if what would be the situation if Tennessee was able to hold, but instead more just trying to complete with over a minute, so Hawaii does not get that overtime push.
Oh, the Death Blossom finds Blasphemy, and that is exactly what they're looking for to stall Tennessee's push, right? Taking down Blasphemy, the only tank. Oh, and well, it looks like they're going to commit on this aggression, the tail end of Hawaii trying to retreat, and there is no escape from these DPS.
There's just no escape when Duxta can just lock it down with the overclock. Akamai, oddly, very silent this game, and it's really weird to say that.
Yes.
But Akamai has been shut down. Like, we're barely saying their name. And in a meta right now where your soldier and player is able to have a lot of the impact, it's just so odd.
It is definitely tough. He's been a pretty heavy hitter consistently, not just this season, but in past seasons on top of it. Oh, missed the disruptor shot just by a hair. Now it's all about the follow-up. Everyone on Tennessee here has the sound barrier, and they're continuing to try and make good use of it. 1 kill goes through, but they've already lost Hydra. Can they come back even though they're man down? Absolutely, yes they can. Noodles and Duxta are a force to be reckoned with. You can't escape them, Twin.
This is pure insanity.
Oh, nice
grab! Oh no, Hawaii, it is panic on the island right now. 3.5 minutes for Tennessee to try and get a 2-0 advantage. Just wow.
Tick.
All they need is 1 tick is all it takes.
Just 1 tick?
And wow, I'm speechless. This is a Tennessee team that in the offseason, they pick up some nice pieces, basically revamped their entire roster with graduations and new players coming in. I think the only player that came back was Paravir and Noodles,
Yes,
I believe.
I
were the
believe
only
so,
two.
yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they were new last year. So now it's taking like, okay, you have this a little bit of new blood in, and they're beating a team that I think everybody had at number 1 in their power rankings. Like, even if they're not number 1 in the standings, a lot of people had Hawaii 1, if not 2.
Yeah.
And this is getting a little weird.
Well, I wonder if maybe, one of the dangers of being in people's top power rankings and having, such a great season beforehand last year is that maybe you're a little more relaxed and complacent in your approach. And that's one of the last things you want to do here in Overwatch, right? Underestimate your enemy or think that you have it easy. because I told you this when we were at the grand finals. There is plenty of time in overtime to choke. And
Yeah.
while in Overwatch, we have seen it happen a handful of times across all the levels. With 3 minutes on the clock, it's all about putting pressure on this point to get that one tick. And they've pretty much already swept Hawai'i off this board. Twin, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Team kill and Tennessee taking Midtown.
Stunning. That's it. All you can see and say from Tennessee, stunning gameplay here from the Volunteers. And they go to match point against Hawai'i.
Jeez.
I'm sorry, I never thought I would say
Cleanly.
that. Yeah, cleanly as well. And just the carry potential from Duxter coming out. Nice little headset. Granted, those are both in grab.
Ooh.
That one is not, though.
What?
That one ain't either. So,
Nice.
just beautiful shots. And
Yeah.
I'll say my one little rant here about Midtown and how teams defend it right now. Where they were holding those stairs, right? You have the stairs and the subway right above, right next to choke. Almost every single time someone holds there, they get wiped.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why teams hold there. Maybe it's something in scrims that works better. I don't know. But honestly, Hawai'i, hey, your back's against the wall for the first time in a long time. How are you going to act entering New Queen Street?
Well, and it's the first time this season that they are potentially on the board to claim
Yeah.
their first loss. And Tennessee obviously wants to, well, both of these teams want to maintain their pristine records. But so far, Tennessee's looking to be considerably more in the running. Like you said, we're going to New Queen Street next. So we'll have to see. Is Hawai'i going to come back and actually show us that they have what it takes and that they were the powerhouses of last season? Or are the new kids on the block of University of Tennessee going to just give them a clean 3-0 sweep? We'll find out, folks. See you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 5. We're in the midst of our University of Hawaii versus University of Tennessee match. And Twin, this has been a lot more one-sided than any of us here were expecting.
No, I was expecting either, admittedly, right? Like, I'm gonna call myself out here. I was expecting either not a Hawaii roll, or maybe not a roll, but like a semi roll, or a very close game that could have went either way. This is looking more like a Tennessee semi roll, I would
Stomp.
say, because Hawaii's looking good at times, but Tennessee is just so consistent, and they're shutting down everything Hawaii's trying to do. And I was to go to New Queen Street, Hawaii this season. Sorry, has been great on this map. I'm pretty sure
Yes.
they have full pushed every single time they've played it this year. Tennessee, I think, is pretty close, if not the same. But as you said, their strength of schedule, according to the very early season standings, is a little bit weaker. But I'm still very intrigued to hear how New Queen Street will go, because we kind of get into a similar spot to last match and to last series, to where if we do go to watch point, I do think the advantage goes into Hawaii's favor a little bit, because Tennessee's just been running the Zarya. But
Yes.
I do see this going maybe Tennessee's way, because again, the Zarya is so good on this map, and so is the Genji.
Yes. And if they're left unchecked, could be just devastating to the opponent team. You know, Twin, I gotta say, this map is a little confusing for me. We can see this flag billowing clearly in the breeze, almost fully unfurled, and yet the snow falls perfectly straight down.
Yeah, that doesn't
How
make
does that
sense.
crosswind work?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Hey, Devs, come on. I know there's a lot more, important things going on, but we got to fix the physics. We got to fix the
come on.
physics.
Consistent win physics, okay? Can we fix that before our next maybe weapon charm? Get our ducks in the row here. So far, I mean, a standard breakout near this statue, right? We've seen a lot of teams that want to engage here, especially with these Winston's compositions. Looks like it's Tennessee once again pulling ahead early in the kill feed and starting off with a strong tempo.
This is a perfect start for them again. And Hawaii, honestly, I would like to see them swap, because I think it's been shown enough now that Tennessee and just these straight vanilla fights aren't getting it done. Like, the comp that Hawaii's running is not working. And I wonder when the swap is going to occur, because Tennessee just look extremely comfortable right now, and they're honestly not too pressed to change.
Your comment about the vanilla fights I thought was pretty interesting, because you're absolutely right with how well Tennessee has been executing just the basic fighting and instigation and skirmishes, right? Without having any of those normal win condition ultimates online. And it seems to be consistent for them. Math Dealer's gone down first in this fight with no tank online. I'm not sure Hawaii's going to be able to recover. They committed the Kitsune, but I think it's a little too late. And now Hydra has that blade on. I mean, Tennessee has all ultimates online, Twin. Ugh.
Yeah, they have all ults, and they're gonna get first checkpoint. And
already,
Hawaii, maybe not actually. Recontest coming through, but the blade is just gonna shut that down. Yeah, that was short-lived. But for like that previous fight, Math Dealer sees Kitsune go like, okay, we can push in. Instantly gets hit with a disruptor shot. Instantly gets hit with a headshot from the railgun, and is deleted off the map. And Tennessee just from there keep chugging on, and this is just.
Wow.
It's Tennessee's world. We're living in it right now. They can do no wrong.
We definitely are living in Tennessee's world. Oh my, they cannot be shut down. Hydra, absolutely unstoppable. And, making me question why we removed some of the stuns in Overwatch.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Mei is not playable right now. And I think that's kind of startled teams a little bit, to where that's, at least with the walls, you can counter the aggression a little bit, but without having Mei in the lineup is wow.
Noodles, what a sound barrier, saving Hydra there at the very last moment. Blathamy does go ahead, get taken down in the process, but I'm not sure Tennessee really cares. They're feeling a bit San Francisco shocky, going up man down, and once again Hawaii still pushed back to spawn.
Hawaii's got to be shook
Okay,
right now.
yeah.
You have not lost a map this season, let alone in this position to where you lose the first 2 maps, and you are admittedly getting rolled right now. Like, you have not got your barricade pushed at all. Tennessee got over 100 meters, and they can play you again here right before first checkpoint.
And this is a tough spot to be if you're University of Hawaii. There's the grab coming through. And, well, even though they've been given the sound barrier, they are able to sustain through it. Nice job coming through from the supports of University of Hawaii. They have to commit the Kitsune on top of it all. And that is the momentum shift they were looking for to take the robot.
I don't know if they need a Death Blossom, though. I'm not going to lie to you, Sid. I don't know if they needed that, to be honest. Like,
I like your cringe face.
you already 1 down, and you're 1 up, sorry, and the rest is low. It's an ultimate you could have saved for later, but I guess I don't mind it, but it could have been something they would have saved. And now overclock available from Duckstar. Again, Akamai kept it dead silent this game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just not quite in the same flow state as Duxta and Hydra here from Tennessee. Barvier finding another kill in the feed as more continue to follow. Tennessee did lose Hydra, but he's going to walk back fast. And between all the mobility he has, it's not going to be as detrimental.
This is just, I can't get over how weird this is right now. Like, Tennessee playing extremely well, and they have both support ults. They hold on to overclock. Hawaii, if you are going to start bringing this back a little bit, you need to protect Akamai so we can actually get value out of this.
Nice. That was a really sudden change in momentum there in the favor of Hawaii. A great railgun shot just denies Tennessee any of that space, taking out the tank, and that means they have to regroup. And there's no charge here for Blasphemy.
Duckstar does get it. I think just barely gets close spawn. So that at least allow Tennessee to hold here decently before choke point. And Hawaii now going to try and get something out of this.
Oh, the primal rage has to be triggered to even stay alive. Math Dealer taken down in the end because there is so much focus fire being executed here by Tennessee. They don't even need to use any more of their ultimates. It's just a nice vanilla fight win for the rest of it.
The only thing getting dealt to Math Dealer right now is pain and suffering. He is just getting targeted so hard every single time. Yeah, every single time they push in. Instantly punish it. This is without a Reaper, mind you. Like, normally the Reaper is why they can shut down the Winston so hard, but Hydra's even getting in on it.
Kitsune thrown here by River God. It's going to be Duckstuck popping off with the rail gun on this Sojourn. We've seen this happen multiple times, and now it's Ducksta's turn to go ahead and continue sealing that deal. Hydra taken down. It's still time to roll the cart forward.
This is getting ugly. Hawaii have nothing. They're going to have some barrier soon, but they're also going to be one of the main heroes here for Hawaii that has to touch early.
Yeah, there's going to be a free grab here. Yep, as soon as that shield's down, no one can really escape it. Oh, Blamothy goes down so low, is continued to stay in this fight. Tennessee supports popping off. Now they are close to their own ultimates, but I'm not sure they're going to need it. People just got cleared out by Hydra's Dragon Blade, and now it's a bit of a stall game from Hawaii. Can there be a little bit longer? That's going to be the closeout. Tennessee looking to go ahead and take this map. Oh, okay. Happily wrong. Wombology. Fantastic clutch play on that Death Blossom.
Oh, they're staying in just barely. What? Not even like half a meter. They stay in it though, but you're fighting such an uphill battle. You have 2.5 minutes to try and change a 100-meter deficit.
Oh, and an early pick onto Math Dealer once again. It seems like Tennessee has really, had his number. They've been focus firing him regularly and taking him out of the fight first pretty consistently. And Twin, with no tank on the field, you have no staying power.
And now this bot basically has to like barely touch the barricade for it to finish. You cannot allow this to even get close to the barricade. That's why Math Dealer's going in early, knowing that they have Primal in the back pocket and counting on Akamai to get some shots. And they're finally lining up for him.
Oh man, at the end of the possible map as well, Akamai starts to find that momentum. We've seen him be an all-star and honestly clutch it out for Hawaii in the past, but this might be a tall ask, Twin.
It's a very tall order because you need to win this fight minimum to deny these advanced spawns from Tennessee, then another one to at least get close to checkpoint, maybe an additional right after that.
River God pops Kitsune here, and well, a lot of people caught in the grab. It's going to be Tennessee continuing to go ahead and just mow them down. A couple more people still pushing this bot as University of Hawaii has the numbers in their favor. Tennessee, got a little sloppy on that last fight, but they still have they have plenty of win conditions online.
They got plenty of time too. Like you have a minute left.
Yeah.
No matter what, Hawaii can win every fight from here, and it's still going to have to be in overtime for that bot to reach where it needs to, because you have to basically finish the map. Like, because that's how close Tennessee got on the opposing side.
That is, oh man, that is a long way to be pushing the cart, especially in overtime. You have to play almost nigh perfect, and now playing into Duxta, who's popped this overclock. Well, this is going to be an uphill battle for Hawaii. Matthew falling very, very low, gets chunked down and taken down first once again in this fight. Duxta gets a good dodge to take out River God, does get taken down in the end. Woombology, once again, clutching it out for Hawaii, does get, that was such an intense back and forth.
Oh,
There's
Hydra?
still one and one left. Little duel, and Akamai comes out on top to go ahead and take the capture and checkpoint for his team.
But if you can get this pick off, it just gets away. Ducks are not able to finish it off, but again, they don't have much time. Yeah, Tennessee's just going to leave that bot there because they have to push in here just to trigger overtime.
Sound barrier for Hawaii, keeping them all extremely topped off. And now they've taken 2 people out from Tennessee. If this was the overtime hero moment all of these players needed to step up at, it is now.
Hawaii will have Kitsune Rush pretty soon here. That's about it. Tennessee getting close to that Graviton Surge and the sound barrier as well. It's winnable for Hawaii here.
As a team that has gone undefeated all season, they are looking to try and continue that. And, well, they've already lost their perfect record map-wise. They don't want to lose it on the series. That is some big plays coming through from Tennessee. Noodles pops that sound barrier, and it clips almost everyone. Now the kills are rolling through for Tennessee. And with that, the OT bar is going to trickle down, and Tennessee is going to remain undefeated.
They shut down the Giants from the islands. Hawaii sent to the sea. Tennessee. Wow. What a way to prove to the league, like, hey, screw your pick'ems, because I doubt many people had Tennessee sweeping this game, if any. But also, hey, we're here. Like, we are here. We are the team to look out for. You need to be looking at us the rest of the year, not Hawaii, not DePaul, not anybody else. You're looking at Tennessee because they just swept what a lot of people thought was the top team going into this season. What a showcase. Just an overall phenomenal team performance from Tennessee.
Yeah.
There was no flaws other than them getting like a little over aggressive there at the end there. But at that point, like, it's going to be a miracle for Hawaii to try and win that map just because it was a 100-meter difference.
Oh, yeah.
And for Hawaii, where do you start? That was probably the worst we've seen them in a while. And it's not like it was them doing too many horrible things. It was just Tennessee shutting them down on every single level.
I agree with you there. And honestly, Tennessee seemed to have full control over the tempo of all those maps, right? And who was actually engaging and how far into the backline they were wanting to capitalize and collapse on. And I don't think Hawaii was ready for such a fire, to be honest. I think Tennessee knew that Hawaii would be, or was likely to be, I want to say likely now after what we just saw, was likely to be one of their most difficult opponents for, honestly, all season. And so to start off really strong against a powerhouse like Hawaii has probably got Tennessee feeling really good and positive. They've really secured their Tennessee, perfect score, right? Completely unblemished and untouched there at the number 1 position. So, I gotta say, I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to continue throughout the season and what they're going to bring.
Yeah, exactly. As I believe we have a part of your interview in the waits, but we actually have a little bit special something to show you during the break. We'll be right back with you with that interview in just a minute.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 5. We have with us the victorious Paravir from our #1 undefeated University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Paravir, congratulations on your win, and how are you feeling after that game, dude?
Feeling really, really good because Hawaii is one of those teams that like you look at the roster and it's like, oh man, that's one of the ones we got to look out for. So going up against a skilled team like that and coming out on top is very satisfying feeling.
Oh, well, coming out on top is a nice way of maybe putting it. You guys borderline decimated Hawaii this evening, and especially on that push map. You guys were totally in your rhythm and flow state. It seemed like you were all on the same page and able to just read each other's minds before your friend stepped out of line a little, or maybe you're here to help him out. What's some of the work or, strategy you use to really prepare for either this match or the season in general?
Well, before games, we usually like bring up custom games or warm-up scrims. This time we did both. We started with a warm-up scrim against our sister university, Tennessee Tech, and then we moved into a custom game, 3v3 capture the flag, which really helps us hone our skills. And we used to do Junkenstein's Revenge to warm up because, those bots are really, really hard to kill.
Yeah.
So that's how you know we're a versatile team. We can go from Junkenstein's Revenge to capture the flag like really easily.
Hey, I respect it. Hey, bring back capture the flag, make it a competitive mode. That's all I gotta say. But you guys now sitting 5-0 on top of the league. How are you guys like looking at this now? We're at least the halfway mark of this fall split. How are you guys trying to take this into the last few weeks before we end the fall semester?
Well, we just want to maintain like our like, full explode on drive energy all the time because we like to kind of stay full energy for every game. Like we don't go into any games like expecting to win or expecting to lose. Every game's a toss up for all you know. So like we just want to keep rolling, I guess.
Yeah, keep the momentum flowing. Is
Oh,
there
yeah.
any teams right now that you guys kind of have your eye on? Now that you've swept Hawaii, not just taken down, but you've swept Hawaii. Is there any teams that you're looking out for right now to try and challenge you guys for that top spot?
Um, Colorado or UTA, both of those are on our hit list right now.
Okay.
Hit list as quoted there for victims on en route for Tennessee.
Yep. And I don't know. Any more questions?
Yeah, no, anybody you guys you want to shout out? Obviously, after a game like that, you gotta have somebody to shout out.
Shout out to all our 3 new players, Duxta, Blamathy, and I forget their username.
Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra. Shout out to all them for actually making our roster stronger than it has been in a long time.
Well, it definitely has. I guarantee you Hawaii was not ready to see the powerhouse performance you guys brought to the table. I think that, you might have had some easier matches comparatively to them, but after what we saw unfold this evening, I don't think there's really any question about who is the dominant force in the league currently or why you guys are undefeated. And I gotta say, I'm really excited to see what you guys continue to bring to the table. I would love to see a pristine record all the way through for you. And I think Twin and I both agree when we wish you the best of luck. And hopefully, you get some more checks off your hit list there.
Thanks. Expect to see some Winston once they finally nerf Zarya like we've all been waiting for.
Thank you,
Uh,
Paravir.
well, personally, I hope Zarya isn't nerfed too much because she is my favorite tank twin. But I gotta say, that was quite the series to end on. I know we weren't expecting it to be quite so one sided, but hats off to both teams. Both of them tried everything they could. But at the end of the day, Tennessee's flow state on point and indisputable there.
as Parker said, those new additions to the DPS line, especially, and the tank, is like it's taken this team to another level. They are on a level nobody thought they could have reached last year. And like after you sweep Hawaii, you're the top dog.
Oh
Everybody's looking at
yeah.
you now to try and take you out the rest of the year. And I cannot wait to see kind of how they develop over these next few months. As again, target's on them now. Like target is completely
Oh,
on them.
biggest target
And
on their
I'm
back.
curious to see how they adapt throughout. As Easy said, I'm curious how they do when the Winston comes up, but I think, at least from the sounds of it, pretty confident on that as well. So honestly, man, watch out, man. Tennessee is rolling.
Yeah, they were kind of the sleeper of this season. I don't think any of us, like I said, were ready to see that. And well, we'll have to see who else has their eye on the massive target on the back of Tennessee. I know that there's plenty of games left in the season, Twin, and with the holidays coming up, that is a lot of time for a lot of VOD reviewing, a lot of refinement on team synergy. So I think there's still plenty of room for some of these other teams to try and step up and really show that they're not just going to get walked all over, right?
Exactly. And we're 5 weeks in. We got a long season to go. This is not the end of Hawaii. That is for certain. And by the way, EGF not done this week. We got
Oh,
CS:GO and Val tomorrow. We got League on Saturday.
woo.
Just absolute bangers across the match. Make sure you check out official EGF, all the corresponding sister channels. Should be fire matches. They always are.
They are. And, big props out to, of course, EGF and Tyler, who pretty much runs this whole shindig across all of the different games. I love seeing such a wide variety of games being broadcasted regularly, especially at these collegiate and feeder levels. These are the pipelines to continuing this entire, sport as a whole. And, well, good luck to all of the esports people who are going to be playing over the weekend. We also want to give a quick shout out, of course, Twin, to our producer and observer behind the scenes. Time to Light. Thank you, good sir, for being the powerhouse, bringing everybody this magic you see today. And Twin, thanks for joining me. You got anything you want to say before we sign off?
All I gotta say is, hey, again, thank you to Time to Light. It's been a while since he stepped in the producing chair. He's been more in the casting chairs of recent, but he did pretty good. So thank you to him. Obviously, thank you to you as well. It's always a pleasure casting with you, and I can't wait to see kind of how this all unfolds.
Oh, yeah.
Especially we have one more week until one more week of games, and then we have Thanksgiving. So kind of curious to see how teams kind of hit it in this last little bit before the new year soon. Like, wow,
Oh,
that just doesn't sound right.
jeez. Right? Oh, yeah. Well, great. So we're about to hit the full on holiday lull where we'll have lots of downtime to refine our video game skills across the board, friends.
Yeah.
Well, Twin, hopefully I'll see you online at some point. And folks, I'm sure all of these other players will be grinding away as per usual. These student athletes are, outstanding. And I can't wait to see what they bring next week. And we'll see you there.